Po is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We join our colleagues and the Filipino-Norwegian community in celebrating 75 years of harmonious and productive partnership between our country and the Kingdom of Norway. As our longtime partner in the maritime industry, we thank Norway for employing thousands of our seafarers and for showcasing to the world the true mettle and world-class skills of Filipino seafarers. As chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, I also thank Norway for being a valuable ally in the reinvigoration of our country's dynamic economy and look forward to more productive collaborations, especially in harnessing the country's renewable energy sources. Finally, we thank Norway for providing refuge and home to thousands of our countrymen who have known nothing but kindness and hospitality from the Norwegian community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. President.
Go.
At this juncture and with the permission of the body, may I move that all members of the Senate be made authors of this resolution, Mr. President?
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, no member wishes to interpolate or ask or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 852, subject to style.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, Senate Resolution number 852 is hereby adopted. Congratulations to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I move for a minute suspension to allow the ambassador to accept a copy of the resolution from the Senate President at the rostrum. I also would like to ask our colleagues to join our Senate President and this representation at the rostrum.
Yes, session suspended. Shu.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, may I just place on the record that we are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2001 and House Bill number 6510. This is the bill on new Philippine Passport Act. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Amy Marcos, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. President, distinguished
afternoon.
colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations and chairperson of the Senate panel for the BICAM meeting, I have the honor to present the highlights of SBN 2001 as agreed upon. Firstly, the conferees agreed to use the Senate version as the working draft. There were merely minor changes in Section 3 of the bill in the definition of terms, page 3, lines 1 and 2. That performs consular and related functions was deleted and replaced with where passporting and consular services are provided. In addition, the definition of the term consular services was modified by the addition of the phrase enumerated under Article 5 of the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, a more precise description. Section 5 was modified to include registered, signed, and sworn statement of election of Philippine citizenship for those born before January 17, 1973, of Filipino mothers and who elected Philippine citizenship upon reaching the age of majority as one of the acceptable documents. Section 11 on passport database was amended to add the word have to allow the DFA to outsource operations of the databases to a third party in view of the department's lack of expertise in handling databases. Section 16 was amended to delete the clause on 20% discount for senior citizens and PWDs. DFA noted that no other government department grants such discount. And Section 22B, modified to increase the penalty for offenses relating to forgery from 12 to 15 years. 22D, likewise modified to increase the penalty on offenses relating to improper use of passports and other travel documents from 12 to 15 years. Finally, 22E was modified to change the penalty for false statements from 18 months to 6 years to 6 years to 12 months. Those are the highlights, and I am glad to say that we derived concurrence on the rest of the major provisions.
Thank you very much, a distinguished sponsor and colleague for the BICAM report.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2001 and House Bill number 6510, and let the text, the joint explanation, be deemed read into the records of this chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2001 and House Bill number 6510 is hereby adopted and ratified. Congratulations to
Congratulations, Mr.
the
President.
sponsor and to all the members who joined the bicameral conference.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are also in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2028 and House Bill number 7535. This is the bill recognizing the octogenarians, nonagenarians, and centenarians. With the permission of the body, may I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, no other than Senator Amy Marcos, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Once again, our distinguished and hardworking Apo Aimee of the Committee on Social Justice, right? This is handled by the Committee on Social Justice, and sponsor of the said measure is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, distinguished colleagues. As chairperson of the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2028 and House Bill 7535 after having fully met and discussed the subject matter, hereby report to their respective houses the adoption of the Senate draft as the working bill. Section 1 of the working draft was adopted as Section 1 of the reconciled version and shall now read as follows. All Filipinos residing in the Philippines or abroad upon reaching the age of 100 years old receive a cash gift of 100,000 pesos and a letter of felicitation from the President of the Philippines congratulating the celebrant for his or her longevity. All Filipinos, whether residing in the Philippines or abroad, upon reaching the ages of 80, 85, 90, and 95 shall each receive a cash gift of 10,000 pesos. The grantees under this section shall be eligible to receive the cash gift within 1 year after reaching the ages of 80, 85, 90, and 95, as well as 100. Section 2A, Elderly Data Management System of the Working Draft was adopted as Section 2 of the reconciled version. The title of House Bill 7535 was adopted with amendment as the title of the reconciled version to read as follows. An act granting benefits to Filipino octogenarians and nonagenarians, amending for this purpose Republic Act number 10868, otherwise known as the Centenarians Act of 2016, and appropriating funds therefore. And we also ended up with the agreement that in case of conflict between the statements and amendments stated in this joint explanatory statement and that of the provisions of the consolidated bill in the accompanying conference committee report, the provisions of the latter shall prevail. And that is our BICAM report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Aimee. Mr. President, with that, I move that we approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2028 and House Bill number 7535, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of this chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2028 and House Bill number 7535 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you, Mr. President. We congratulate our chairperson, Senator Aimee Marcos, for her hard work, Mr. President.
Will anyone here in the Senate avail of this octogenarian, nonagenarian, and centenarian?
Not
Wala na anin.
Sir,
Not yet. Okay.
Later
it's
on,
now available.
not yet. Mr. President, before
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
sponsor.
Before we suspend for a minute, Mr. President, may I just acknowledge some guests from the gallery, guests of Senator Estrada, newly promoted officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs, DFA Chief Coordinator Bernadette Fernandez, Acting Assistant Secretary Robert Ferrer of the Office of the Migrant Workers, and Ms. Maria Teresa Almuela.
Welcome to the Senate. Welcome to the Senate.
Also, Mr. President, I saw our good friend, Ms. Georgie Alonso, who's also with us. I'd like to acknowledge her presence in this
Welcome to
August
to
chamber,
your Senate.
representing the movie producers, Mr. President.
Thank you.
In case you are now available, Mr. President. I'm just kidding. Mr. President, may I ask?
Pelikulang pang-romansa.
I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
before we proceed, may I take this opportunity to congratulate the UST Tigers team who won the UAAP Championship Game 3 today, Mr. President, against NU Bulldogs. This is the after 17-year title drought, Mr. President. So
Yes, congratulations to UST Tigers at Tigresses.
Tigress, Mr. President.
Tigress. This is the female basketball team, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President.
Congratulations.
After 17 years, Mr. President.
Wala bang blowout yung majority floor leader?
Definitely, Mr. President.
Who is from UST? Dapat meron.
And we say God bless or may the better team win in the men's championship game, which is happening
I
right
know,
now
we have so much
between
work.
UP and UP. I mean UP,
UP and LaSalle.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration.
Oh, before we do that, may I just also congratulate, and I think this is of interest to the members and Senate family, members of the Senate and Senate family. We have 5 bar passers.
Oh.
So if I may just name them, Chodona Abundo, Office of the Senate Legal Counsel, just passed the bar yesterday, together with Elaine Moore Pascual of the Legislative Committee Support Services. We have also Angelica Marasigan, Office of Senator J.V. Ejercito. Ayan. Kathleen Marcelo, Office of Senator Wing Gatchalian. And Jerome Makatangay, Office of Senator De La Rosa.
Hey.
Yes. Congratulations to the bar passers.
May we know, Mr. President, who topped the bar this year?
Huh?
Is it Efrain?
You
P.
rubbing it into the UP group? Yes. of course.
University of Santo Tomas? Mr.
University
President.
of Santo Tomas. Congratulations.
Thank you again, Mr. President.
Well
Thank
deserved.
you.
And I heard that the bar top notcher from the office of Senator De La Rosa was educated by Senator De La Rosa on
Mentored.
legal, mentored on prosecutorial matters.
Yes, Mr. President, and let me also add our kababayan, Mr. President, in Bulacan, Cedric Jerome Cruz from State University of Bulacan State University. Kasi godfather si Senator Chis ng Bulso. Mr.
Yes.
President,
No, I'd like to just take note that many of the top notchers are not from, they're not from Metro Manila schools. There's a
Yes.
number of them that were outside of Metro Manila.
UST in Bicol, Mr. President.
Yes, congratulations to them all. That's nice to see.
Mr. President, why not just congratulate all of the bar passers from whatever school? Because 36% of the takers passed the bar. It's one of the highest passing averages actually
Yes,
in so far as
congratulations
the
to
Philippine
them all.
bar is concerned.
Thank you.
Congratulations to them all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. This is the bill on Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments, and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of December 4, 2023 as our working draft. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar, and Senator Chis Escudero for his individual amendments.
We recognize, the chair would like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, and to propose the amendments, our distinguished colleague, Senator Chis Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Majority Floor Leader. With the permission of our distinguished sponsor, the Honorable Cynthia Villar, I earlier gave a copy of it to the Honorable Villar. I will be skipping number 1, ma'am. Hindi ko na ipopropose as an amendment yon. So we proceed to number 2.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
On the same page, on page 6, line 20, after the word shall, insert a comma and the phrase upon the effectivity of this act.
Hindi ba ito yung registered and registered? Page 6.
Page 6, line 20, Your Honor, Senator Escudero.
Page 6,
Paki-furnish ng copy niya.
section, page 6. Line.
Binigyan ba ng copy?
Is this about whether it's registered or not registered?
No, ma'am, this is already number 2. Tinanggal ko na yung number 1 on registered and unregistered.
Okay.
We're on item number 2. of the copy we gave you po.
Saan yun? Line number 3 na. Oo.
Number 2, ma'am. Number 2.
Sa amin pala, number 3. It's accepted.
May I proceed,
Accepted.
Mr. President?
The amendment is accepted.
May we propose the following amendment? On page 7, line 11, after the word act, insert the proviso that reads as follows. Quote, provided that the collection, storage, utilization, and transmission of such records submitted to the council shall be in accordance with Republic Act number 10173 or the Data Privacy Act of 2012.
Ito na. Ito na. Number 4. 3, tapos 4. I wish to,
Number 3 pa lang, ma'am.
kasi yung number 3, wala yung number 1. So
Wala na yung number 1, ma'am.
Number 1, tapos number 2 accepted. So number 3 tayo, yung number 4, no?
Number 3 muna, ma'am.
Yung number 3. Page 7, delete line 1 to 11.
No, ma'am. After, on page 7, line 11, after the word act, insert the provision.
Page 7, line 11. Ito, accepted to. I accept. Ba't iba yun?
Amendment has been accepted.
Ito daw eh. Ano ba to?
May we propose the following amendment again, Mr. President, Your Honor. On the same page, that is page 7, line 12, insert a new section 7 under chapter 2, which shall read as follows. Section 6, manifest requirement for vessels carrying agricultural and fishery products from foreign port, hyphen. Pending full implementation of a national single window NSW program as provided for in section 7A of this act, every vessel from a foreign port shall be required to maintain a complete manifest of all its cargoes. Second paragraph, all agricultural and fishery products intended to be landed at any port in the Philippines shall be described in a separate manifest for each port of call. Each manifest shall include the ports of departure and delivery, the marks, numbers, quantity, and description of the packages and the name of the consignees concerned. Third paragraph, a true and complete copy of the cargo manifest shall be sent in advance to the DA by the shipping company, non-vessel operating common carrier, freight forwarder, cargo consolidator, or their agents through electronic mail, provided that the manifest shall be transmitted by the responsible entity prior to the arrival of the carrying vessel at the port of entry.
Captured.
Fourth paragraph, no cargo manifest shall be changed or altered after the entry of vessel except when such change or alteration is performed by means of an amendment under oath by the master, consignee, or agent thereof, a copy of which shall be attached to the original manifest. Provided further that no amendment of the manifest shall be allowed after the receipt and recording of the invoice and/or goods declaration covering an importation in the office of the appraiser, except when such amendment seeks to rectify clerical errors and other discrepancies that were made without fraudulent intent during the preparation of the manifest and which would not have been discovered until after the examination of the importation has been completed.
I wish to decline the amendment because the suggested paragraph is already captured under section 7A on page 9, lines 21 onwards. This is while the national single window has not yet been implemented.
May I request for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Isa lang hindi nasama, di ba?
Session resumed.
Mr. President, upon conferring with the distinguished sponsor, the Honorable Villar, this representation withdraws the proposed amendment on page 7, line 12, on the insertion of a new section.
6 na.
So,
May I proceed, Mr. President, with
please
the other
proceed.
amendment?
Yes, it was not accepted. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, page 7, lines 21 to 22, after the word is, delete the phrase, quote, at least 1 million pesos using the DPI computed, and in lieu thereof, replace it with more than 10 million pesos in words and figures computed using DPI. I so move, Mr. President.
I decline this because according to the previous law, which we are amending, one container is importing one container without the proper papers is already smuggling. So if we change this one, then we will not exempting those na smuggling. Basta one container is worth 1 million. And pag nagpasok ka ng one container na walang papers, and that is automatically smuggling according to the previous law.
I suspend session for 1 minute.
Mr. President, may I move that we suspend the consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension? Klase Jinggoy.
Session
And
suspended.
ask, thank you. Mr. President, this juncture may move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1470 under Committee Report number 9. This is the bill on State Universities and Colleges Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored, we are in the period of interpellations and debate, and with that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Francis Escudero. And if the minority leader would ask some questions, may I move that our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Chis Escudero, is recognized to sponsor the measure and to interpolate. Our distinguished colleague, the Minority Floor Leader, is recognized as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think I have interpolated on this measure already, Mr. President, but
Yes,
Yes,
that's correct,
Mr.
Mr. President, Your Honor. At may sakit si Senator Pimentel, I don't want to
one more question. Mr.
worsen
President.
his
One question, Mr. President, kasi what I remember is that this bill will now, if this becomes law, will require our SUCs and the local universities and colleges to come up with a land use plan, Mr. President. So ang ano ko lang is how can we ensure that the real properties of our SUCs and LUCs will not all be dedicated to housing requirements, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Your Honor, there is no specific provision in the proposed measure either prohibiting or limiting the allocation of land for purposes of housing. However, an amendment that we will be adopting and proposing later on, as proposed by Senator Legarda, would only affect the conservation and restoration of the biodiversity of the land use plan to be submitted by LUCs and by SUCs. Having said that, Mr. President, Your Honor, this will go through the process of appropriation anyway, and as I committed to the distinguished minority leader, we would be proposing that projects under LUDIP would be by line item and not via a lump sum amount to be given to the LUCs and SUCs proposing infrastructure projects, so that Congress may decide, depending on the necessities of the school, whether or not it will fund housing development or housing projects, and under what terms and conditions, especially given the fact that we both know what happened in UP, that most of the housing units are occupied by retired teachers already, and it's quite difficult to evict them, especially after they have retired and after having served the university for decades.
Well, if language can be inserted into the bill, Mr. President, which will ensure that if ever the land is used for housing requirements of the incumbent professors and teaching staff, that after their tenure or term, that they should vacate the housing units without need of an ejectment case, Mr. President, to be filed against them. If that should be if that could be made very clear, Mr. President, na yung, it's actually in the nature of a usufruct, hindi naman nila naging pag-aari yung housing unit, Mr. President.
I'm shooting from the hip, Mr. President, Your Honor, Senator Pimentel. Can I just exclude housing in the appropriations para kung gusto nilang gawin yun sa sarili nila, sila na lang bahala gamit ang pondo nila pero hindi po gamit ang pondo ng national government? So in Section 7, the appropriations clause, I will just exclude housing projects within the land owned by the state university or college or by the local university.
But yes, that's a good idea, Mr. President. But the situation that we want to avoid is that, you know, slowly but surely the real properties of the SUCs and the LUCs will be lost to housing projects meant for the incumbent or active professors and teaching staff, and yet upon their retirement or termination from teaching, they will still occupy the said units, Mr. President. So that is what we want to avoid, whether funded by the national or by the SUC or LUC, Mr. President. Yung mauubos dahan-dahan po ang lupain po ng ating mga SUCs and LUCs.
I agree, Mr. President, Your Honor, but I just don't want to straitjacket, so to speak, the SUCs via a permanent law, because there might be situations that it is necessary and situations wherein it is clear or made clear that such housing units can only be used or benefited of by active faculty and or students in the university. But more often than not, Mr. President, given my experience, SUCs cannot fund and rely 80% of the time from the national government insofar as funding infrastructure projects within their respective campuses is concerned. Yung pera na nakukuha ng LUC, more often than not, is spent on PS and MOE and not really on infrastructure projects. So without government funding, if we exclude this, housing would the housing projects would close to be impossible to for SUCs to implement or construct. Would that be acceptable, Mr. President, Your Honor, to the distinguished minority floor leader?
We'll try to come up with language, Mr. President. We are not against any housing project, but the main idea is that, you know, a housing project is there to make the life of the incumbent professor or teaching staff and even the non-teaching staff more convenient in the meantime or during the time that they are serving the university, Mr. President. For as long as that is the main idea, we have no problem with housing projects, Mr. President.
I completely agree, Mr. President. My reservation is it might not have a place in the bill, given the one subject matter per bill in the title. Perhaps a subsequent piece of legislation specifically for that or a memorandum from CHED, Mr. President, Your Honor, or a special provision in the budget that would be used to fund CHED, rather LUC and SUC projects can be inserted in the annual GAA, which will be carried over every year. That is my only reservation, Mr. President, Your Honor, although I completely agree with the concept and the principle being espoused by our distinguished minority floor leader. Can I just accept it, Mr. President, Your Honor, from the funding that national government will provide in the meantime?
Yes, Mr. President, and at least this will give us a chance to revisit the bill, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, I terminate my interpellation on this bill, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you to the minority floor leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpret or ask further questions. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection, motion is approved.
President, with the consent of the body, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
President, no committee amendments. I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
President, move that we recognize sponsor of the measure, Senator Chis Escudero, for his individual amendment.
We are in
Distinguished
receipt
colleague,
of
Please proceed.
We are in receipt of individual amendments, Mr. President, coming from our colleagues, and I just wrote the individual amendment proposed by Senator Coco. I hope it will be to his satisfaction. Maybe propose the following amendments. Number 1, on page 2, line 2, after the phrase geographical boundaries, add a comma in the phrase "and to guarantee the conservation and restoration of biodiversity in the land use development and infrastructure plan of SUCS." I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, amendments.
And number 2, Mr. President, and I hope this will satisfy the Honorable Pimentel. On page 3, lines 4 to 13, delete the entire section 2 and replace with a section to read as follows. Section 2. A new section 7 shall be inserted after section 6 of Republic Act number 11396 to read as follows. Section 7, appropriations. The amount of 25 billion pesos is hereby appropriated for the next 5 years for the implementation of the land use and infrastructure projects included in the comprehensive LUDIP as provided for in section 3 of this act, and shall be included in the annual general appropriations of the CHED, except housing projects not for the exclusive use of active and regular faculty of the respective LUCs and SUCs. The amount necessary for subsequent priority infrastructure plans shall be included in the succeeding annual General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the amendment, amendments approved.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no other member intends to propose any amendments. And with that, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1470. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Senate Bill number 1470 is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1470.
So this consideration is suspended, no objection.
Yeah. Oh, but can we, Ito nga, Fiscal Center. Intern din ba sino ko? Okay, sa free college. Yeah, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2441 under Committee Report number 122. This is the bill on Free College Entrance Examinations Act. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Francis Escudero, and to interpellate our, again, hardworking minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved. Could the sponsor, Senator Escudero, is recognized and to interpolate or amend? To interpolate, as I distinguished colleague, Senator Coco Pimentel.
To summarize, Mr. President, Your Honor, as I discussed with our minority floor leader earlier, this is the Free College Entrance Examination Act, which seeks to provide, to exempt from the payment of entrance examination fees, the top 10% graduates of all public and private high schools for as long as they are classified as, I'll read the exact provision, Mr. President, Your Honor. That falls below the poverty threshold as defined by the NEDA or cannot afford a sustained manner to provide for their minimum basic needs for food. The fee, Mr. President, that we're waiving to be paid to private schools are minimal, and this bill is supported, Mr. President, by the Association of Private Schools as well.
Yes, with the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President, just to clarify the subject matter of the bill, if I can proceed, Mr. President.
With pleasure, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, as I have gathered from the sponsor, what the bill seeks the waiving of only the fee for the entrance examination to private colleges, Mr. President. Tama?
That is correct, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And then the high school graduates who will be entitled to the waiving of the fees would be who, Mr. President?
Natural-born Filipino citizens, graduate or graduating student must belong to the top 10% of his or her graduating class. The graduate or graduating student must belong to a family whose combined household income falls below the poverty threshold as defined by NEDA. The graduate or graduating student must apply, of course, for the college entrance examination, and he or she must satisfy all the requirements before the waiver may be made to apply.
What would be a representative sampling of the amounts of college entrance fees, Mr. President?
It varies, Mr. President, Your Honor, from anywhere between 2,000 to 5,000 pesos.
Okay. And then we have consulted
One-time fee.
Yes, one time, yeah, 2,000 to 5,000 for 2,000 pesos to 5,000 pesos for the chance, for the opportunity to take the entrance exam. Yun po yung subject matter of our bill.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, because of the Free Tertiary Education Act, we have a program called TESS, which can enable the child, poor but deserving student, to study in a private school, thereby being able to implement the promise that not only rich families can send their kids to private schools.
Yes, but TESS requires the government to reimburse or compensate the private school, Mr. President. Tama po ba yan?
That is correct, Mr. President, Your Honor, and we have another bill pending interpellation to expanding TESS, not only in terms of scope, but also in terms of amounts given.
So how about in this particular bill under consideration, Mr. President? Are we also compensating, reimbursing the private colleges which are waiving the entrance exam fees of the top 10% of the high school graduates who are indigent, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, Your Honor, this is not part of it. Just
And
like
then,
the waiver of just like the prohibition against the permit before taking an exam, there is no compensation too in the proposed measure we will be ratifying later, in case the student actually at the end of the day does not pay a single centavo, but still allowed to take the exam.
Did the committee receive any opposition or complaints from the affected private colleges, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, Your Honor, for this bill, for the no permit, no exam, there was initial objection, but they unanimously supported the final version of the no permit, no exam prohibition bill, which, as I said, we will be ratifying this afternoon.
So, but for the bill under consideration, wala po tayo yung committee, wala natanggap na reklamo, and then 2,000 to 5,000 pesos ang potential revenue to be lost by the private college per indigent top 10% high school graduate, and they don't mind. So I think na-compute na nila yan, so they can afford to forego the revenues from these examinees, and we thank them, Mr. President, for being so understanding and cooperative to the objectives of our free tertiary education system, Mr. President.
I subscribe to that, Mr. President, and join you in expressing our gratitude to their magnanimity.
So with that, Mr. President, I think this is what our Senate President calls a happy bill. So, and then recognition din ito, parang reward din ito sa mga high school graduates na mag-ambisyon maging top 10%. Hindi to top 10 ng top 10%, no? Top 10% of their graduating batch. So at least meron po tayong binibigay na goals para po sa ating mga high school students. They get free is this one last question, Mr. President, naisip ko bigla, is that high school graduate who is top 10% of his batch, and then who comes from an indigent family, he can take as many private college entrance examinations as he wants, he or she wants, Mr. President?
There is no limit imposed in the bill, Mr. President, Your Honor. However, physical and time constraints would naturally apply, including, Mr. President, Your Honor, his or her ability to go to each entrance exam, which is not offered, Mr. President, Your Honor, in every locality in the country by each and every private school.
Yes, but yes, wala tayong limit doon. So
Wala po.
this will really be an incentive for our high school students to aim to be at least top 10% of their graduating batch, Mr. President. Kasi meron silang
Qualified.
meron
Yes,
silang concession or reward. So with that, Mr. President, so I wish to congratulate our hardworking sponsor for such a very good idea, Mr. President, which will help incentivize our high school students, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
There be an objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There be an objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there are no committee amendments. I move that we open the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Chis Escudero, for his individual amendments.
We have no individual amendments, Mr. President, and no member indicated their intent to so propose individual amendments to this bill.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved. Individual amendments closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2441. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, Senate Bill number 2441 is approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2441.
There be no objection, motion is approved. Before we take up other matters, with the permission of the body, I just want to greet my councilors from Bukidnon that are here today. We have councilors from the town of Sumilao, also Lantapan, the town of Maramag, my hometown, Talakag, and Don Carlos. Welcome to the Senate, my dear councilors.
Welcome.
We have plenty of electionists here.
Welcome.
Visit them.
Sir
Senator
President.
Bato, Senator Tolentino.
Ganun na lang ba yan, Mr. President?
Ay, may blowout sa akin yan.
May blowout.
Meron.
If Senator Chis would like to sponsor for the red one.
Since he's doing a lot of bills today on third and
Super
second reading.
hardworking. Mr. President, yes, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7564 under Committee Report number 135. This pertains to the bill amending Republic Act number 10583 for the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move that we open the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Chis Escudero.
Our distinguished colleague from Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero is recognized.
Mr. President, may I also move that we recognize our minority leader for his interpellation, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished minority floor leader is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, may I ask that we be reminded of the subject matter of the bill, Mr. President?
Basically, Mr. President, the title of the bill captures the essence of what we are seeking approval of, which is for the which basically states that it allows the incumbent president of the Mountain State Polytechnic College to become the first university president of the Mountain Province State University. And specifically in the period of amendments, we will be proposing that he shall not be subject to reappointment or shall serve for only one term.
And we need this bill because without this bill, what will happen, Mr. President?
Mr. President, Your Honor, the intention is to provide continuity since the incumbent president was the one who worked really hard and I guess did a really good job insofar as shepherding the college into a university, that he be allowed to continue to do so in order to provide continuity as well with the vision and plans of the Mountain Province State University, but with the limitation that he can only serve for one term, given that he was not reelected to this, appointed or elected to this position as provided for in the CHED law. On the subject matter, he would have been subject to two terms, one after being elected and another one via reappointment.
So we will give this concession to the college president that he will become the first university president, but only for one term, which is good for 4 years, Mr. President.
That is correct, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And because if without this bill, is the college president disqualified to become the university president?
That is correct, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Why would he be disqualified, Mr. President?
Because he's the incumbent president, Your Honor, and I believe it is already his second term in accordance
As
with the
college-
generic or general CHED law, Mr. President. That is why we put a cap on this term. Hindi naman pwedeng magiging 4 na term siya. Medyo OA naman na yun.
Yes. So we are admitting that this is we want to treat this as a special case, an exception to an exemption from the general rule, Mr. President.
Sa demand selection. Dapat din na sa demand selection.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, Your Honor.
I was asking if we are admitting that we want this to be a special case, Mr. President, an exemption from the general rule, Mr. President.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Suspended.
Session suspended.
Suspend consideration of Senate Bill number, House Bill number 7564 under Committee Report number 135. So move, Mr. President.
There being objection, motion is approved. That's to allow the good sponsor and the minority floor leader to work out those provisions.
Mr. President.
It's suspended.
Yeah, it's suspended, the consideration. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153. This is the bill on self-reliant defense posture revitalization. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President.
While we are waiting the,
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of amendments. We have closed the period of interpellations and debate. And so with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
there being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there are no committee amendments. I move to open the period of individual amendments.
So the committee amendments is closed, the period of committee amendments closed, and there being no objection to the motion to open the period of individual amendments, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Yes, and we'd like to ask Senator JV to sit on the podium as acting OIC. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to introduce his individual amendment, our Senate President, Mig Subiri. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the sponsor, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized, and to introduce amendment, our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Senate President, and for your sponsor. Can I borrow that?
Uy, wala akong yung ano rito.
I think baliktad yata. Dito yata po
Exactly.
kayo.
And perhaps, Mr. President, with the indulgence of my distinguished colleagues, if we can do a page by page, Mr. President, so we can start with page 1. There are any amendments from the sponsor or from this August chamber? Wala? Dito ay wala. Page 1.
Page one. Page one.
Page 2. I'm on page.
Page 2, Mr. President. Page 2, Mr. President.
Two.
May we recognize our Senate President, Senator Mig Subiri, and
Yes.
the sponsor, Senator Jinggoy.
On page 2, Your Honors, on line 19, unless there's an earlier
Yes,
amendment.
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
we'll listen to the
yes.
Senate President.
On page, thank you, Mr. President. On page 2, in between lines 4 and 5, insert a new subsection B. So it will read, letter B, allied industries, referred to various industries which are part of the supply chain in the manufacture, comma, production and assembly of defense material, period.
Committee amendment. Material. Individual wala.
Material,
It's called material pag mga military.
material,
Material, yes.
all right. I thought, kala ko typographical error.
Initially, yan din po, Mr. President. It's really the word that's used.
I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 5, insert a new subsection C. So now it will read, letter C, counter trade, a form of international trade whereby the supplier commits to introduce investments, comma, technology transfer, comma, training or skills upgrade, comma, donations and slash or related activities, including in-country production, all of which will assist in the establishment of development of local industries or technical facilities or expansion of technological and industrial capabilities of the DND and the Philippines. Semicolon. Semicolon. Or we can,
Subject to style.
subject to style, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved, subject to style.
On the same page, number 3 on page 2, line 10. Delete the word defense and transpose to become the new subsection H. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Still on the same page, line 17. Delete the entire subsection E and replace with letter E. In-country enterprise refers to, number 1, Filipino-owned enterprises engaged in the manufacturing, comma, servicing and operation of material in the Philippines, comma, or number 2, a joint venture by a Filipino-owned enterprise together with a foreign entity, or number 3, foreign-owned enterprises engaged in the manufacturing, comma, servicing and operation of material, provided, however, that such foreign-owned enterprise shall locate a substantial portion of their production and servicing within the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Is
Before we
there,
act on that, may I make an amendment to that amendment?
Yes, please.
On the foreign-owned enterprise, can we put that not just a substantial portion, to remove the word substantial and make it more specific? And we remove the word a substantial portion to at least 51% of their production.
Suspend mo lang, i-suspend sa likod sa meeting.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
session suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, I withdraw my amendment and place that amendment in a later portion of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So
If I
the
may,
amendment is withdrawn.
Yes, so there's no objection to his amendment.
Yes, there's no objection, so the amendment is approved.
if I may continue on the same page, line 25, after the word support, insert the phrase, to be able to ensure that defense material, comma, personnel, comma, goods and services are at the right place and at the right time. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
You can now, do you have any amendment, Mr. President?
My amendment, next amendment, Your Honor, is
Page two?
page 4.
Oh, okay, thank you. If I may continue on page 3, Mr. President, section 4,
The majority leader?
on page 3, section 4, line 5, after the word Philippines, section 4, line 5. Sana? Saan ba tayo?
3, section 4.
Section 4, line 5. Nasaan ang Philippines dito? Huh? Line 9. Line 9. I'm sorry. On page 3, section 4, line 9, after the word Philippines, insert a new paragraph that will read as follows. Existing offices and units of the DND with similar functions and responsibilities to the DTRID shall be subsumed and/or merged under this office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the same page, page 3, line 25, after the word industry.
Up, additional ulterior.
Mr. President, page
Majority
3, Mr. President, line 29.
I'm still on line 25, Mr.
Oh,
President.
okay, 25.
On line 25, after the word industry, delete the word and insert a comma and include the phrase vigorously develop and strengthen allied industries, comma, and. So it will now read as follows. Section 6, Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program. The DND, through the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense Technology Research and Industry Development, shall formulate and implement the SRDP program to revitalize the defense industry, comma, vigorously develop and strengthen allied industries, comma, and address the short, medium, and long-term needs for defense material, period. The following shall be the guiding principles in formulating the program. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
I yield the floor to the Majority
The
Leader.
majority
Thank
leader.
you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of our dear colleague, the chairperson and the sponsor of the measure, on page 3, line 29, after the word savings, insert a comma and add the following phrase, in accordance with Section 12, Article 12 of the Philippine Constitution. It is to emphasize, Mr. President, the Filipino first principle, to hire Filipinos first who are able, capable, and willing. So the section, section 6, letter A, will now read as follows. It shall be designed to be advantageous to in-country enterprises, generate and prioritize local employment, and contribute to foreign currency exchange savings, comma, in accordance with Section 12, comma, Article 12 of the Philippine Constitution. I submit, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor have to say?
I am willing to accept, Mr. President.
So the sponsor
Thank
accept.
you, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
Hindi. Dinadaan mo ako sa tingin eh. On page 4, Mr. President, line 13, subsection G, after the word program, insert a comma and the phrase, with emphasis on the modernization of the government arsenal, naval shipyards, military bases, and camps. So it will read now, it shall now read as follows. Letter G, it shall complement the Philippine Development Plan and align with the National Security Policy and Republic Act Number 10349 or the revised AFP Modernization Program with emphasis on the modernization of the government arsenal, naval shipyards, military bases, and camps. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor.
Yes.
On page 4, line 28, delete the word "and" And on page 4, line 30, delete the period, replace it with a semicolon, and add the word "and." This is the style measure. And then we will insert a new subsection to read as follows. Section M, it shall prioritize the purchase of locally made material by national agencies, local government units, and other law enforcement agencies from in-country enterprises, period.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts, amendments approved.
Thank you very much, the sponsor. I'm on page 6 next. So I'm done with page 4, sir.
Dito tayo. Ito?
Page 5, tanong mo, Joel. Ano sa page
Okay, if I may continue,
Yes,
President. On page 4, go ahead. Before line 31. Dito.
Section 7.
It will be adjusted as follows, Your Honor, so you can proceed.
Inintroduce na ni ASP. Okay, on page 4, line 31, section 7, on the title of the section, remove the phrase formulation of, and after the word program, insert the sentence. Formulation of projects under the SRDP program shall adhere to the policies set by the DTRID. It shall now read as follows. Section 7, projects under the SRDP program. Formulation of projects under the SRDP program shall adhere to the policies set by the DTRID. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Next page, page 5, deletes lines 1 to 15. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, line 16, delete the phrase Section 8, implementation of projects under the SRDP. So Section 7 shall now read as follows. Section 7, projects under the SRDP program. Formulation of projects under the SRDP program shall adhere to the policies set by the DTRID. All projects formulated shall be subject to the approval of the President. Letter A, for projects conducted solely by the government, the lead agency or lead government-owned and controlled entity shall be primarily responsible for implementing and completing the project. Letter B, for projects conducted jointly by a government agency or entity and private enterprises, both shall be equally responsible for the implementation and completion of the same. And letter C, for projects conducted solely by private entities, the implementation and completion of the same shall be the responsibility of said private entities. The Undersecretary shall exercise supervision and monitoring over the project in all instances. The succeeding sections are renumbered accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 5, line 29, after the word material, include a comma and the phrase capital equipment, spare parts, and accessories. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, line number 4, after the word mitigation, add the phrase by promoting technology transfer and sourcing labor and production of material, capital equipment, spare parts, or accessories locally. The section shall now read as follows. Section 9, development of technology and systems to counter unconventional threats. The SRDP program shall include material, capital equipment, spare parts, and accessories essential to and designed to effectively counter and address chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and cyber attacks or incidents. The DND, AFP, and all other government agencies involved in such attacks or incidents shall enhance the capacity and capabilities of its special units tasked with chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear energy response and risk mitigation by promoting technology transfer and sourcing labor of material, capital equipment, spare parts, and accessories locally. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, between lines 10 and 11, insert a new section. Section 11, cooperation of government agencies, the DTRID shall coordinate, collaborate, and work with the DOST, DTI, DOTR, NEDA, DILG, DBM, DOF, BOI, Government Procurement Policy Board, and other government agencies in implementing this act. These agencies are mandated to support the provisions of this act. The DBM and the GPPB are mandated to strengthen the systems and procedures for acquisition of material under this act. The succeeding sections are renumbered accordingly, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 6, number 11, on page 6, section 11, on incentives, line number 15. After the word investments, add the phrase "or with investment promotion agencies," or IPAs. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, delete lines 27 to 29. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
So it will read as follows: subsection A of section 11 shall now read as follows: any provision of law, the contrary notwithstanding, foreign or local enterprises engaged or proposing to engage in the development, manufacture, assembly, servicing or operation of material for government may be registered with the Board of Investments or with the investment proportion agencies and may avail of the incentives under RA 11534 or the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises Act, provided that such enterprises shall locate a substantial portion of its development process, manufacturing, assembly, or servicing in the country. The development, manufacture, assembly, servicing, or operation of material shall be included in the Strategic Investment Priority Plan every year by operation of law after the effectivity of this act until otherwise removed by the Board of Investments or the President, provided that the removal of manufacturing, servicing, or operation of material from the plan subsequent to the effectivity of this act shall not be interpreted as a bar or restriction on the Board of Investments from later, including the manufacturing, servicing or operation of material in the plan. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6, line number 30, after the word "the," add the phrase "defense and allied industries" and delete the word "industry." So subsection B shall now read as follows: government financial institutions are highly encouraged to support the defense and allied industries by formulating and extending financial products that would benefit its hastened development. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing objection, amendments approved.
Mr. I would like to yield the floor to
Yep, thank you.
Senate President.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, distinguished sponsor.
Wala.
Mr. President, on page 7, line 1, replace the subsection C with the following. In addition to the incentives, letter C, in addition to the incentives under existing laws, in-country enterprises engaged in the development of manufacture, assembly, servicing, and/or operation of material registered with the Board of Investments shall enjoy exemption from national internal revenue taxes, value-added tax, and customs duties on their importation of capital equipment, raw materials, spare parts, or accessories to be used in the manufacture, assembly, servicing, and/or operation of defense material. I so move.
Is there,
Accepted, Mr. President.
so it's accepted?
Yeah.
Amendments approved.
Thank you to the sponsor.
Before that, if the,
Yeah, page 7, line 7.
before that, Mr. President, if I may add, ito.
Yan po. Yan po. Yan po.
If I may amend your previous amendment, Mr. President.
Yes.
On letter C, in addition to the incentives under existing laws, in-country enterprises engage in the development of manufacture, assembly, servicing, and operation of material registered with the Board of Investment and IPAs and I will just include "and IPAs shall enjoy exemption from national internal revenue taxes, value-added tax, and customs duties on their importation of capital equipment, raw materials, spare parts, or accessories to be used in the manufacture, assembly, servicing, and" delete the word "or" operation of defense material only in cases when the same are not locally available.
Yes. I have no objection to your amendment.
So the amendment is approved as amended.
Thank you.
On page 7, line 7, Your Honor, if the sponsor has
Yes,
something
please.
prior to that, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. On page, Mr. President, on page 7, line 7, insert the new section 12 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. On section 12, this is permits, licenses, and certifications. Issuance of permits, licenses, and certifications from national and local government agencies shall strictly adhere to the period provided for under Republic Act number 11032, or the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. In addition to this, the PNP Firearms and Explosives Office in charge of the issuance of licenses to manufacture of ordnance, ammunitions, and explosive material is prohibited from ordering to change, renovate, or modify a portion of a newly built manufacturing facility if the construction of such manufacturing facility had followed the building and construction plan submitted to the concerned government agency. Such changes shall be made prior to the issuance of the building permit and the actual construction of the manufacturing facility, provided that the PNP FEO shall review the locational, building, and construction plan of the manufacturing facility and issue a provisional license to operate.
May I have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I withdraw my amendment on the new section 12 as the sponsor has even a better amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I will read the new section, Mr. President, if you may allow me to read. Section 12, permits, licenses, and certifications. Issuance of permits, licenses, and certifications from national and local government agencies shall strictly adhere to the period provided for under Republic Act 11032 or the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. In addition to this, government agencies and offices in charge of the issuance of permits, licenses, and certifications to manufacture, produce, process, assemble, servicing, repair, and develop of material or ordnance, ammunitions, and explosives, capital equipment, spare parts, and accessories are prohibited from ordering to change, renovate, or modify a portion of a newly built manufacturing facility if the construction of such manufacturing facility had strictly followed the building and construction plan submitted to and approved by the concerned government agency. Such changes shall be made prior to the issuance of the building permit and the actual construction of the facility, provided that the government agency shall review the provided that the concerned government agency shall review the locational, building, and construction plan of the facility, period. Mr. Senate President, is it okay? The amendment to your amendment?
Yes, sir. It is a better amendment. Your Honor.
So there's no objection, the
Also move.
amendment is
Subject to
approved
style,
as
subject to
amended.
style.
Amendment is
Sub-
approved as
subject to style.
Subject to style.
Con-
Deputy Minority Leader, is seeking the floor.
With the indulgence of the good sponsor and the Senate President, are we now at page 7, line 14?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. At this point, Mr. President, I wish to draw attention to page 7, section 12B of the committee report, starting from line 14. The portion reads, in-country enterprises participating in the acquisition of material by the DND and its bureaus shall be exempt from the single largest completed contract or SLCC requirement. Bago po ako mag-propose ng amyenda, good sponsor, pwede po bang matanong ano yung logic sa likod nitong exemption,
Yes,
Mr. President?
may I, dear sponsor, I can
Yes, please.
explain. The single largest completed contract, these are big contracts of about 500 to 1 billion already given to the military or to the armed services. If you're a new startup, you won't be able to meet up with this requirement. So, ang mangyayari dyan, kung startup ka, kung wala kang single or a large contract like that, dehado ka. You will not be able to be part of this program. And we're trying to do is encourage startups to, like Senator Tolentino, maybe in Tagaytay, he may want to put up an armor personnel carrier manufacturing facility. Yeah. Huwag naman yung stealth, mahirap yung stealth. But that was the idea, ma'am.
Salamat, Mr. President, good sponsor. And this representation is all for supporting startups in various industries.
Thank you.
Gayunpaman, kung di po ako nagkakamali, the SLCC criterion is in place to ensure that government is contracting with an entity that has accomplished at least one project with a value of no less than 50% of the contract to be bid. At ito po'y paniguro na yung contractor ay may sapat na kakayanan at track record na hindi ito pipitsugin or worse, hindi ito fly-by-night o dummy corporation. Mr. President, good sponsor, madami na po ang karanasan natin sa mga fly-by-night na contractor. We don't want yet another Blue Ribbon investigation. Therefore, Mr. President, good sponsor, I move to delete lines 14 to 16 on page 7 or the entire paragraph B under section 12. I so move, Mr. President.
Maybe before we act.
Can I have a minute suspension?
Suspension, yes.
Session suspended.
We'll just skip the amendment of the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, and we will just get back to it after we amend other sections here.
So we lay on the table the proposed amendment of the Deputy Minority Leader. So we proceed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, there is on page 7, line 8. To replace, Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, to replace the phrase "is hereby authorized to negotiate with other governments for the manufacture, servicing, operation of material or components thereof, facilities, utilities, and appurtenances thereto which are necessary for national defense," is replaced with, "is hereby authorized to enter into contracts under such terms and conditions as may be agreed upon with any natural or juridical person for the manufacture, servicing, or operation of material or components thereof, facilities, utilities, and appurtenances thereto which are necessary for the manufacture, servicing, or operating of such material or components thereof necessary for national defense, subject to style."
Can I amend?
Further, yes.
Amend further the amendment of the Senate President, if I may be allowed to do so. So, after the word operating, insert the phrase production, comma, processing, comma, assembly, comma, servicing, comma, repair, comma, and development of such material or components thereof necessary for national defense.
Yes, we accept the amendment to my amendment, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Subject to style.
So if there's no objection, the amendment is approved as amended.
Thank you. Subject to style, sir.
Subject to style.
On page 7, line 16, yes, we're going to skip that paragraph because we will try to clean it up together with Senator Risa Ontiveros. So I'll move on to page 7, line 31. Add the following subsections. Number 3, with the permission of the sponsor. Number 3, while honoring domestic preference, the in-country enterprise shall maintain the price it has submitted for the bid. And number 4, the procuring entity shall issue a letter of credit in favor of an in-country enterprise, provided that no payment on the letter of credit shall be made until delivery and acceptance of the goods as certified to by the procuring entity in accordance with the delivery schedule provided for in the contract have been concluded.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your
The
Honor.
amendments accepted,
Thank you, Your Honor.
amendments approved.
On page 8, line 21, with the permission of our sponsor. Okay, please, we
Majority
recognize
Leader.
majority.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, page 8, line 3, after the word production, insert a colon and add the following proviso. Provided that foreign enterprises participating pursuant to this subsection shall formulate and undertake an understudy program to facilitate the technology transfer and train Filipino workers towards the achievement of this objective.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So it's been accepted by the
Thank you very
sponsor.
much, Mr. President.
Amendments approved.
Yeah, that's right.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the permission of the sponsor, on page 8, line 29, insert a new section 15 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. Section 15, applicability of this act to agencies with uniformed personnel and other law enforcement agencies. This act shall be applicable to agencies with uniformed personnel and other law enforcement agencies procuring defense material such as but not limited to guns and its accessories, ammunitions, bulletproof vests or similar protective gears, armored personnel carriers, tanks, boats, ships, unmanned aerial vehicles, and aircrafts in the exercise of their functions. These agencies are the Philippine National Police, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, both under the Department of Interior and Local Government, Philippine Coast Guard under the Department of Transportation, the National Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Corrections, and the Bureau of Immigration under the Department of Justice, and other similar law enforcement agencies. The Secretary of the departments concerned shall approve the procurement of the material under this act if the total amount of the approved budget for the contract, or ABC, does not exceed 1 billion pesos. If the ABC exceeds 1 billion pesos, the approval of the president is required. Procurement of the products, supplies, projects, and services not falling under this act shall be covered by the regular process of the procurement under process of procurement under Republic Act number 9184 or the Government Procurement Reform Act.
May I have a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I read the amendment of Senator Jingoy Estrada. It is an even better amendment, Your Honor.
Yes,
It's an improved amendment, so therefore I withdraw my amendment and we'd like to recognize the good sponsor.
Yes, may we hear the sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. President. So a new section, section 15, will read as follows. Applicability of this act to uniformed services, other law enforcement agencies, and government-owned and controlled corporations. This act shall be applicable to services, to uniformed services, other law enforcement agencies, and GOCCs procuring material, capital equipment, spare parts and accessories, such as, but not limited to guns and its accessories, ammunitions, bulletproof vests or similar protective gears, armored personnel carriers, tanks, boats, ships, unmanned aerial vehicles and aircrafts, communication equipment, software, in the exercise of their functions. These agencies are the Philippine National Police, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, Bureau of Fire Protection, under the Department of Interior and Local Government, Philippine Coast Guard under the Department of Transportation, the National Bureau of Investigation, Bureau of Corrections, and the Bureau of Immigration under the Department of Justice, National Mapping and Resource Information Authority under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Bureau of Customs under the Department of Finance, Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and other similar law enforcement agencies and GOCCs, including but not limited to the Philippine Aerospace Development Corporation. The head of the agency concerned shall approve the procurement of material under this act if the total amount of the approved budget for the contract does not exceed 1 billion pesos. If the ABC exceeds 1 billion pesos, the approval of the President is required. Procurement of products, supplies, projects, and services are not falling under this act shall be covered by the regular process of procurement under Republic Act number 9184 or the Government Procurement Reform Act, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, amendment is approved as amended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, on the same page, we'll insert a new section, and I think this is the section concerned, that the distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader was concerned of, and our Minority Floor Leader was concerned of. It's the sale of these materials to the civilian, to the public. It may fall in the wrong hands, so we want to make a specific prohibition, Your Honors. It shall read as follows, with the permission of the sponsor.
Please.
Section 16, prohibition on the sale of material to private entities. Material produced under the SRDP shall solely be for the use of the state's uniformed personnel and other law enforcement agencies. Sale of material to private entities, both natural and juridical, shall be prohibited unless otherwise allowed under Republic Act number 10591 or the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulations Act. And all sales of material to private entities shall be subject to value-added tax and other applicable taxes.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts. Amendment is approved.
Can we also just make the amendment, instead of uniform personnel, uniform services, subject to style?
Yes, yes, Mr. President.
May I just ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you. With the permission of our sponsor, just a amendment to my amendment, if you will agree. The new section 16 will be read as follows. Section 16, prohibition on the sale of material to private entities. Material in the form of weapons, ammunition, explosives, and weapon systems and other similar material produced under the SRDP shall solely be for the use of the state's uniformed services and other law enforcement agencies, period. Sale of the material to private entities, both natural and juridical, shall be prohibited unless otherwise allowed under Republic Act number 100591 or the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulations Act. All sales of material to private entities shall be subject to value-added tax and other applicable taxes.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So the sponsor accepts, the amendments approved.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. President, I believe Senator Coco is.
Yes, the minority leader is recognized.
The amendment mentions the Firearms Act, Mr. President. Will that be the loophole in this bill, Mr. President, that firearms manufactured under the SRDP will find their way into the possession of civilians, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, if I may be allowed by the sponsor to answer, right now, they are not prohibited for selling. Under the firearms law, anyone can buy a firearm, guns and ammunition, as long as they follow the law, the firearms law, which basically it has to be, it's a civilian use firearm, meaning hindi po siya pwedeng select fire switch, wala po siyang full automatic selector switch, hindi siya pwede high-powered firearm. But we're not prohibited now under the firearms law, Your Honor, to buy shotguns, 9mm, sidearm for self-defense. So we're just putting that unless otherwise allowed by the firearms law. The firearms law, for example, will ban high-caliber weapons. So definitely, the machine guns that we'll be making for the military will not, should not, and is prohibited from being sold to civilians. Under the firearms law, they're not allowed anyways, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, pero remember that this is the self-reliant defense posture, defense program reactivation bill, Mr. President. I think we are straying too far away from the intention already, Mr. President. If we want to even talk about allowing civilians now to purchase firearms under the SRDP, Mr. President.
Ang problema lang kasi dyan, Your Honor, for example, I'll give an example ito sa Arms Corps. They're now selling to civilians under the firearms law. If they join the SRDP program and make ammunitions, firearms for the military, baka under this prohibition, they might be banned from entering the SRDP program, Your Honor, which lugi naman po sila kasi prior to this law, they're already allowed under the firearms law to sell to civilians. So it will be undue disadvantage to them if they're not be able to join the SRDP program, Your Honor. We make that appeal
Mr.
to
President,
the floor
I
leader.
think there is a way. There can be a way, Mr. President. They can create two entities, two corporate entities. Pwede po yung one enrolled in the SRDP, one to continue what they have been doing right now. But at any rate, Mr. President, we have been doing extensive amendments on the bill. What is the plan? Is the plan to approve it today? Because I think it is best that we be given a clean copy first, Mr. President.
My appeal to our distinguished colleague is if we can appeal it today para mahabol po natin on third reading next week. But what we can do is we can amend it now, fully amend it now, and maybe in an hour's time, we can give you in a 30 minutes time a clean copy, Your Honor, for you to review, and then we can try to approve it this evening.
I think it's going to be unfair, Mr. President, to the members of the Senate if we rush this too quickly, Mr. President. let us follow the normal procedure when we extensively amend a bill. We should be given time to go over the extensive amendments, Mr. President. At any rate, this is a reactivation of a defense program, Mr. President. Napakahalaga nitong batas na ito. And what would be the difference if we approve it before Christmas and after Christmas, Mr. President? Foundational kasi ito. This is a foundational bill, Mr. President. Importante that we get it right from the very start, Mr. President.
I tend to agree with you, Mr. President, but again, I'm just appealing to the distinguished minority floor leader. We haven't, we are in the end, part of our amendments. We're also, actually, this is the last amendment, Your Honor. And then, and it's an amendment that I included because of you and the minority floor, the deputy minority floor leader, to make sure that it doesn't go into civilian hands. So again, I'm appealing to our minority floor leader so that we have some action or we have some outputs in this final month of the year, of this year.
It is, Mr. President, it is the potential loophole that I am worried about. So siguro, sige nga, let's try to make the procedure proposed by the Senate President work and await a clean copy, Mr. President. If this representation can ask for a digital clean copy, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Your Honor.
And Mr. President, while you're at it, can you also come up with an amendment that nothing in this act shall be considered as exempting our country from compliance with the provisions of the Arms Trade Treaty, Mr. President? Something to that
Yeah.
effect?
Yes, Your Honor, done. We'll put a new
Yes,
section
thank you.
accordingly.
Thank you, Mr.
I'll
President.
propose a new section accordingly. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you to our minority leader. But before, with the indulgence of the Senate President, the Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Mayor Pete Merera and the Sangguniang Bayan members of Binmalay, Pangasinan. Welcome to the Senate, sirs.
Yes. So there was an amendment accepted by the sponsor, Your Honor, para we can put it in the clean copy.
Yes,
If I can,
what does the sponsor have to say?
Mr. President, if I can just amend the previous amendment of the Senate President. After the word entities, insert the phrase allowed under this section. So it will read, all sales of material to private entities allowed under this section shall be subject to value-added tax and other applicable taxes.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved as amended.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
We accept just 1 minute suspension, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
Thank you. Your Honor, just an amendment to the amendment. So to add after the word both natural and juridical, the word in the Philippines. And then it'll read shall be prohibited unless otherwise allowed under Republic Act, so and so. Subject to style, Your Honor.
Accepted, Mr. President.
So it's been accepted by the sponsor, so the amendment is approved as amended.
We just have the amendment of Senator Risa. Can I ask just for a half a minute suspension so that we may be able to clean up this particular provision?
Session suspended.
Ito na, basahin ko na lahat to. Thank you, Mr. President. If I may continue to amend on page 8, line 19, insert the new section, counter trade. Integration of counter trade as part of the procurement policy and procedures on the DND, including those of its attached agencies, bureaus, and offices with respect to its purchase or procurement of imported capital equipment, machinery, supplies, material, and services as an added value in the selection of a supplier during the procurement of goods and services. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page, immediately after the new section on counter trade, insert the new section, promoting and marketing support. Promotion and marketing support. The government shall promote the export of locally made materials and the local enterprises to other countries and is encouraged to provide financial marketing support for the purpose of such promotion. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, lines 19 to 28, delete the entire section 14 and replace it with section 14, reporting and oversight. The secretary shall, not later than the end of the first quarter of the succeeding year, submit to the President and the Congress, letter A, an annual report on the acquisitions made under this act. And letter B, copies of the multi-year contracts, obligations, and other agreements entered into by the department and its bureaus. Pursuant to its constitutional duties, the executive department, particularly the National Economic and Development Authority, the Commission on Audit, and the Congress, shall discharge oversight functions to wit. The NEDA shall conduct an annual review of the status of all defense-related acquisitions exercised by the Secretary in Section 8 of this Act, identify causes of delays, reasons for bottlenecks, cost overruns, both actual and prospective, and continued viability, and report to the Congress not later than June 30 of each year. The Commission on Audit shall conduct an audit on each ongoing and completed acquisition and render a report to the Congress thereon, not later than June 30 each year. And there shall be a Congressional Oversight Committee composed of the chairpersons of the Committee on National Defense and Security of both Senate and House of Representatives, who shall serve as co-chairpersons of the Oversight Committee, the chairpersons of the Committee on Ways and Means of both Senate and House of Representatives, who shall serve as co-vice chairpersons, 4 members each from the Senate and the House representing the majority, and 2 members each from the Senate and the House representing the minority, to be designated by the leaders of the majority and minority in the respective chambers. I so move, Mr. President, subject to style.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved, subject to style.
And on page 9, line 10, after the word act, insert the sentence. The amount necessary to support the implementation of this act shall be charged against the respective agencies. Subsequent funding shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, amendments approved.
All sections are hereby renumbered accordingly, Mr. President. May I have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
your chair of the Committee on Labor, Committee on National Defense and Security has some equally important matter to attend to, I would like to delegate, with the permission of the body, I would like to delegate the co-sponsor of this measure, who happens to be the Senate President, to accept amendments and to continue sponsoring this said measure for tonight only. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, so noted. So the Senate President will continue the sponsorship of the measure.
While we're waiting the Majority Floor Leader, Mr. President, we're just trying to clean up one more amendment and come up with a clean copy. Mr. President, maybe we can suspend consideration of this measure first and go back to our agri-smuggling bill of Senator Cynthia Villar with the permission of the body. Your Honor.
If there's no objection, hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 156 is hereby suspended. Pala siya sa baba. Ano na? Balik daw tayo sa anti-smuggling. Number yun. Suspend na.
Baka ako mabila.
Smuggling muna.
Basta, ito lang ba?
Session suspended.
We are in a receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1359 and House Bill number 7584. This is the bill No Permit, No Exam Prohibition Act. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Francis Cheese Escudero, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Still objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate and House panel unanimously agreed on this version, Mr. President, and fully supported by the COCOPEA insofar as prohibiting the no permit, no exam policies insofar as disadvantaged students are concerned, as defined or as may be defined by DSWD and outlined in the proposed measure. Mr. President, Your Honor, to save on time, may I move that the joint explanatory statement of the committee conference and the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1359 and House Bill number 6483 and House Bill number 7584 be inserted into the records and made part of the journal. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we
Adopt.
move that we approve and ratify and adopt bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1359 and House Bill number 7584, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Congratulations to the sponsor and authors of this measure. I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. This is the bill on Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 242 under committee report number 118 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of individual amendments. And again, with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Cynthia Villar and Senator Chis Escudero, for his individual amendment. So move, Mr. President.
The sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized, as well as Senator Escudero to continue the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body and our distinguished sponsor, Senator Villar, may I propose the following amendments. First, on page 7, lines 21 and 22, after the word "is," delete the phrase "at least 1 million pesos using the DPI computed" and replace it with the phrase "at least 3 million pesos in words and numbers computed using the DPI." I so move, Mr. President.
I accept.
So it's been accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Second amendment on page 10, lines 11 to 12, after the phrase "in excess of," delete the phrase "their normal inventory level" and replace it with, quote, 30% in words and phrases of their normal inventory level. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept.
So it's been accepted by the sponsor. Amendments approved.
On page 15, line 1, after the word "than," delete 8 and replace it with the word "for." On the same page on the same page, line 2, after the word "than," delete 10 and replace it with the word 6. And still on page 15, line 3, after the word "personnel," delete the words "present in the premises" and replace with "who knowingly participated in the commission." Therefore, the provision should now read, "The penalty of imprisonment of not less than 4 years but not more than 6 years shall be imposed on drivers, warehousemen, truck helpers, clerks, and similar personnel who knowingly participated in the commission of the crime." I so move, Mr. President.
I
Mr.
accept.
President,
Ayan na naman.
Yes, the minority leader is seeking the floor.
on the penalty, Mr. President, if we can request for a lower penalty like 1 year to 3 years, Mr. President.
I think Mr. President, we have discussed this with the Senate Minority Floor Leader, and he has agreed to this because we put the word "knowingly." That means he's guilty. So you agreed to 4 to 6 years. You must have forgotten.
No, yes, Mr. President, in the exchange of papers, maybe these have been indicated, Mr. President, but on revisiting the idea, Mr. President, we are punishing here the drivers, the warehousemen, and the truck helpers, Mr. President.
But they did
Baka-
it knowingly.
Mr.
Ang
President,
problema,
Yes.
baka sa legal defense lang, Mr. President, mahirapan na sila kumuha ng legal defense po nila. So, if we could consider lowering the penalty, Mr. President, to 1 year to 3 years, Mr. President.
would, with the permission of the Senate President, the Minority Leader, Senator Coco, 2 to 4? 2 to 4 in lieu of 1 to 3 and 4 to 6?
We meet middle.
Yes. What does the minority leader have to say?
Okay, if that is the lowest penalty that we can give we can give this class of persons, Mr. President, that's okay with me. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I
What's
accept.
important is it's probationable. So may I amend my proposed amendment, Mr. President?
Yes, please go ahead. Let's proceed.
The provision should now read, "The penalty of imprisonment of not more than 2 years, not less than 2 years, but not more than 4 years, shall be imposed on drivers, warehousemen, truck helpers, clerks, and similar personnel who knowingly participated in the commission of the crime. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept.
Sponsor. So it's been accepted. So the amendment is approved as amended.
Next, on page
17.
12, antecedent amendment, Mr. President, sorry, I missed this. Anterior amendment, rather. On page 12, lines 8 to 10, delete the entire phrase beginning with the word provided and ending with the word committed.
Wala dito.
Teka.
Oo, yeah. I accept.
So it's been accepted with the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Proceeding, Mr. President, on page 17, line 11, after the word sector and a colon, insert a provision that reads, quote, provided further that the sector representatives must have prior experience or knowledge in pricing or trading agricultural and fisheries products. And a colon.
Sponsor.
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
On page 19, line 5, insert a new subsection O after subsection N to read as follows. Quote, O, establish mechanisms to compensate persons whose agricultural and fisheries products and properties have been subject of wrongful or illegal seizure, confiscation, destruction, or disposal, provided that the compensation shall include the actual value of the agricultural and fishery products and properties at the time of seizure, confiscation, destruction, or disposal, and the earnings lost by reason of wrongful or illegal seizure, confiscation, destruction, or disposal as may be determined by the courts, and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
I accept.
So it's been accepted with the sponsor. Amendments approved.
Next, Mr. President, on page 21, line 30, delete the phrase evidentiary purposes and replace it with the phrase, quote, the purpose of preserving the evidence and determining the value of agricultural and fisheries products and properties that were seized or confiscated, which shall serve as the basis for determining the amount of compensation pursuant to section 16O of this act. I so move, Mr. President.
Sponsor.
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
And finally, Mr. President, on page 23, line 4, after the word informer and the comma, insert the phrase, quote, and the compensation of damages arising from wrongful or illegal seizure, confiscation, destruction, or disposal of agriculture and fishery products and properties, and a comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Yan, okay.
Sponsor.
I accept.
So it's been accepted. Amendments approved.
No further amendments on the part of this representation, Mr. President, and we thank the magnanimity of our distinguished sponsor, Senator Villar. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
A
Mr.
question.
Escudero.
Just a
Minutes
question,
suspension.
Mr. President.
Yes, the minority leaders recognized.
In the amendments of Senator Escudero, did he now, which have been accepted by our sponsor, is
Yes.
there now a mechanism where those who are damaged by the actions of the council or the enforcement group can get compensation, Mr.
Yes,
President?
yes. Yes.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, if I may answer in behalf of the sponsor since it dealt with our amendments.
Can we get the specifics again? Do they need to sue the government, the council, the team, or the individuals, Mr. President?
Specific.
Or just file a claim? Do they just need to file a claim, Mr. President?
Can I read the provision here? Mr. President, yes.
Yes, please
Yes,
proceed. Sponsor.
On page 19, line 5, there is, we can read as follows, establish mechanism to compensate persons whose agricultural and fishery products and properties have been subject of wrongful or illegal seizure, confiscation, destruction, or disposal, provided that the compensation shall include the actual value of the agricultural and fishery products and properties at the time of seizure, destruction, or disposal, and the earnings lost by reason of wrongful or illegal seizure, confiscation, and destruction, or disposal as may be determined by the courts.
So magsasampa ng kaso.
Yeah.
Claim lang sa
Or maybe,
It's,
Magsasampa o magpapayag?
it will be determined by the Court of Tax Appeals.
Well, the hope of this representation is that the mechanism to be established would be an effective one, Mr. President, na talagang kasi yung goods na masiseize dito, perishable yun eh. Hindi nagtatagal. So hindi lang nga yung acquitted, hindi lang yung acquitted ang apektado rito, even those who are determined not to even be prima facie liable, Mr. President, yung hindi na filean ng kaso, apektado din po sila. So that's
But
my only hope, Mr. President, that our
But it
amendment
says here the
will-
actual value of the agriculture and fishery products and properties at the time of seizure. So it will be paid in terms of actual value during that
Yes.
time.
Yes, I hope the mechanism will be an effective one, Mr. President. So that means I will no longer pursue my other amendment, which was deferred, Mr. President, by the sponsor, which is about the government giving its consent to be sued, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
thank you, Minority Leader, Senator Escudero, and our sponsor. Mr. President, no
I
other
have-
individual.
No, I have one more amendment.
Yes, Mr. President, may we recognize the distinguished sponsor?
I have one more amendment on page 11 between lines 8 and 9. Insert a new sentence to read as follows. Profiteering shall not apply to retailers who purchase goods from wholesalers, importers, or producer and directly sell in smaller quantities to the general public, usually in wet market, talipapa, and cooperative stores with a capitalization not to exceed 200,000 pesos, and to farmers and fisher folk selling their own harvest, produce, or catch. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And on the same page on line 9, after the word shall, insert the word also. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, amendments approved.
Ay, nako.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no other individual amendments. I move that we close the period of individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2432. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations to our sponsor. I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2432. So move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection, consideration of Senate Bill number 2432 under Committee Report number 118 is hereby suspended.
I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, at this juncture, we are in a receipt of a bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2243 and House Bill number 8278. This is the bill on Philippine Salt Industry Development Act. With the permission of the body, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, Senator Cynthia Villar, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Mr. President, in behalf of the Senate panel to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provision of Senate Bill number 2243 and House Bill number 8278, or the Philippine Salt Industry Development Act, I am pleased to report on the successful outcome of the bicameral conference. The bicameral conference agreed to adopt the Senate version as the working draft of the discussion. The changes in the working draft, which we stated on the joint explanatory statement, comprise the content of the bicameral consolidated bill. The joint explanatory statement has now been filed already with our Bills and Index Service. I move that such joint statement be read into the record forming part of my report and that the result of the bicameral conference be ratified by this body. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we join the motion of our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, that we approve and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2243 and House Bill number 8278, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2243 and House Bill number 827 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate our Senate panel head, Senator Cynthia Villar. Mr. President, Senator Villar is seeking the floor. Move that she be recognized.
Yes, Senator Villar is recognized.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I just want to manifest my thanks to Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel and our Senator Chis Escudero for helping me draft a very good bill to be implemented by the Department of Agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
And due to insistent public demand of our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, may she be recognized, Mr. President?
Yes, our chair of the Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
I want to thank our Senate President Mig Subiri, our Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, our Assistant Majority Floor Leader JV Ejercito, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader Risa Hontiveros, our Senator Francis Tolentino, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Pia Cayetano, who did not ask question anymore. and everybody I have forgotten. Okay, thank you very much. And
Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano seeking the
thank
floor.
you.
Mr. President, actually, I was really going to approach the sponsor to tell her that I specifically did not ask questions anymore because I looked at the amendments of mostly the Minority Floor Leader, and my concerns were addressed. I could have asked a few more clarificatory. I could have enhanced it a little bit more, but given that in principle, na-address naman po yung aking concerns, hindi na ho ako nag-question para po kay Senator Villar. But I do need to manifest that I have, and I've already put it on record, my issue with tobacco. I do not want smuggling of any kind, whether it's fruits, vegetables, or tobacco. But tobacco is in a class of its own because, as I said before, it is not a product that is essential to food security. So I stand by my position that it should not have been included there. That having been said, I congratulate the sponsor for her patience in passing this very important bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pia Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Oh, dito na ako sa SRTP. Yes, SRTP muna ako. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153. This is the bill on self-reliant defense posture revitalization. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. A while ago, Mr. President, the period of
Amendments.
individual amendments, Mr. President, is with our sponsor, Senate President Mig Zubiri. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, our Senate President
Thank
Juan
you.
Miguel Zubiri, a sponsor, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we'd like to recognize our Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
The Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, likewise recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. In anticipation of an amendment that will be presented later by the good sponsor, the good Senate President, I withdraw my earlier proposed amendment to delete lines 14 to 16 on page 7 or the entire paragraph B under section 12, Mr. President, for the record.
Thank you.
Yes, so noted.
We'd like to
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
the
President.
good Deputy Minority Floor Leader, and instead, to allay fears of a formally type setup, we'd like to put that on record because we don't want house show manufacturers to take advantage of this law. On page 5, Your Honor, Mr. President, Section 7, subsection B, to add the word after, to add the phrase or the paragraph after the word project. So if I'll read the whole line na lang, Your Honor, Mr. President. If the material is one of which shall be developed, produced, assembled, serviced, or operated by the private entities, or one whose development, production, assembly, servicing, or operation will be wholly sourced out to the private sector, the Undersecretary shall publish in 2 newspapers of general circulation and on its website the criteria and qualifications for participants of the project, the details of the mechanics of the SRDP project in question, and that the terms and conditions for the participation in the project, provided that participants must obtain and maintain ISO 9001 certification and other applicable quality certifications corresponding to particular products and services such as, but not limited to, AS 9100 for aerospace and other, provided further that the Undersecretary shall not publish detailed specifications and such other information that must be kept confidential by reasons of national security. That's the amendment, Your Honor.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And going back to page 7, line 16, add the following phrase after the word requirement, and the requirement of a product to be used by at least 2 foreign militaries. Your Honor.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Your Honor. And there are worse things. No, it's part of, so now the section will read as follows. Section B, letter B, in-country enterprises and participating in the acquisition of material by the DND and its bureaus shall be exempt from the single largest completed contract SLCC requirement and the requirement of a product to be used by at least 2 foreign militaries. So that's the how it's going to be read.
Is there objection? There being none. Yes,
Question,
Minority
Mr.
Leader.
Yes, sir.
Question, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Senator
Yes.
Twiggy.
Yung SLCC, I know where that is based. That is in the procurement law. But the requirement for two foreign militaries, where is that required, Mr. President?
It's now a requirement, Your Honor, by the DND on the Modernization Act, Your Honor. Therefore, if it's built here,
Yeah. Wala, di ka comply.
hindi talaga tayo magko-comply, Your Honor. So kawawa naman, hindi maumpisan. Thank you, sir. I hope you understand the rationale.
Yes, yes. Thank you for that. It's just I'm just seeking information, Mr. President, na meron palang ganyang requirement, which I am not aware of, Mr. President. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And then the.
So if there's no amendment, there's no objection, amendments approved.
And
Started sa 18.
until when? Ito lang?
Hanggang sa next page.
Ah, sorry.
Sir, 18, 19, 20, and then.
Saan na staff niya? Nandiyan yung staff. That's for minute suspension lang, Your Honor. Just
Session suspended.
Mr. President, Senator Jinggoy just called today, just called right now and asked that we amend this amendment on page 8, line 19. Your Honor, and allow me to read. Insert the new sections which will read, counter trade and offset. Integration of counter trade and offset as part of the procurement policy and procedures of the DND, including those of its attached agencies, bureaus, and offices with respect to its purchase or procurement of imported capital, equipment, machinery, supplies, material, and services as an added value in the selection of the supplier during the procurement of goods and services. In order to reduce foreign exchange outflow, generate local employment opportunities, and enhance technology transfer to the Philippines, the Secretary of National Defense shall, as far as practicable, incorporate in each agreement involving the government and manufacturing, servicing, or operation of materials special foreign exchange reduction schemes, offset and counter trade, in-country manufacture, co-production, or other innovative arrangements or combination thereof. So moved.
Is there objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, no. Yes? Well done. Ito na. There are no other further amendments.
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
no member wishes to propose any other amendments, individual amendments. I now move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, period of individual amendment is hereby closed.
May I just ask a 1-minute suspension to confer with the minority?
Last for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2455, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, Senate Bill number 2455 under Committee Report number 153 is approved on second reading, subject to style.
Thank you very much and congratulations
Congratulations.
to our Senate President and Senator Jinggoy and the co-sponsors and authors of the measure. Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session is suspended.
Of business, Mona JV. I believe, Majority Leader, we have reference of business. We'll just proceed with the reference of business with your motion.
Yes, Mr. President, we proceed to the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask the Secretary to read the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2506, providing for comprehensive atomic energy regulation, creating for the purpose the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Commission and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Science and Technology, Energy and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 879, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry of possible violation of anti-dumping laws, rules, and regulations. Relation to influx of imported paper to the detriment of local paper production with an end in view of crafting legislation or policy recommendation as may be necessary. Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Ways and Means, Trade and Commerce.
880, expressing the sense of the Senate in calling for adherence to international humanitarian law, a sustained ceasefire and unhindered humanitarian access in Gaza amid the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Rules.
881, resolution strongly condemning the recent explosion in Mindanao State University. Senator Villar M.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 176 by the Committee on Foreign Relations and proposed Senate Resolution number 878. Resolution concurring in the ratification of the Agreement on Social Security between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of the Republic of Korea, recommending its approval without amendment. Sponsor Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
177, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Finance of Senate number 2507 with Senator Zubiri, Villanueva, Gatchalian, Ejercito, Revilla Jr., and Lapid as authors. Entitled An Act Establishing the Negros Island Region, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 89, 812, 1236, 1422, and 1469, taking into consideration House number 7355, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 177 on Senate Bill number 2507. This bill pertains to the Negros Island region. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2507 under Committee Report number 177. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved. The Secretary will read the title of the measure.
An Act Establishing the Negros Island Region.
Mr. President, may I be recognized to sponsor the measure?
Yes, our distinguished Deputy Majority Floor Leader, the sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, today I stand to sponsor a bill that is 3 decades in the making, in which will benefit Negrenses and Siquihodnons for decades to come when it is enacted. We are referring to Committee Report number 177 on Senate Bill number 2507, which will establish the Negros Island region. It is in substitution of 5 bills authored by no less than our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, Majority Leader Joel Villanueva, Senators Gatchalian, Revilla, Lapid, and this representation. It also takes into consideration House Bill number 7355, which was authored by several members of the House of Representatives. The key points of the bill can be summarized as follows. It will create the Negros Island Region, NIR, which will be composed of Negros Occidental, including the city of Bacolod, Negros Oriental, and Siquijor. The province of Siquijor is included due to its historical ties and geographic proximity to the island of Negros. To ensure the effective delivery of services, 6 clusters of regional office will be divided between the 2 halves of the island. On one hand, Negros Occidental will house the clusters for agriculture and land-related agencies, peace and order and security, and governance. On the other hand, Negros Oriental will house the clusters on human development, infrastructure, and industry and labor. Upon the enactment of this bill, a technical working group will be constituted for the transition process. It will include the NEDA, DBM, DILG, representatives of the governors of the 3 provinces, and representatives of all elected members of the houses from those provinces. My dear colleagues, this measure is a short one. It is only 3 pages long. It contains only 9 sections. Indeed, it proves that the measure of a bill is not its length, but its impact. However, the context and rationale for this measure are much lengthier. And it is this tale of 2 regions which I will attempt to summarize. Negros Island is not only split into 2 provinces, but also 2 administrative regions. This makes Negros sui generis among our Balkanized islands. In contrast, Misamis Oriental and Occidental both in same region. The same applies to the 2 Mindoros, all 4 Davao provinces, and those with the Del Sur or Del Norte suffix. There are 3 reasons for this division. The first is geography. Look at any relief map and you will see that a mountain range divides the island. However, the highlands lie more on the oriental side, while the occidental side is more blessed with broad plains. Immigration driven by economic goals, is the second reason. Settlers from Panay converted the broad plains of the occidental side for the sugar plantations and sugar trade. The oriental side also has fields of sugar, but these were planted by settlers from Cebu. However, there are linguistic overlaps in certain coastal areas. Conflict was the last reason. The island was first split in 1890 in response to pirate raids on the eastern portion of the island, which was too far away from Bacolod. There was a brief effort to reunite the island in 1989, but it was again divided in 1901. These divisions were reflected in the internal reorganization plan of 1972, which divided Negros into two regions. However, the administrative division of Negros Island has not been conducive to regional development. Efforts to reunify the island have been ongoing since the time of Governors Lito Coscaluela and the late Emilio Macias. This culminated in President Aquino's executive order creating the Negros Island region. The current governors of Negros Occidental, Negros Oriental, and Siquijor, Governor Bong Lacson, Governor Chaco Sagarbarria, and Governor Jake Villa reiterate the same sentiment. They expressed their full support for this measure in a recent meeting with the Senate President and this representation. They cite inefficiency and red tape as the main reason for seeking a united Negros Island. For those on the Oriental side, must travel to Cebu, and those from the Occidental side must travel to Iloilo. And that assumes that the seas are calm enough for a trip to be made. In other words, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, it takes a journey by sea to deliver services on an island divided by mountains. I feel that this represents the absurdity of the current setup and also summarizes the impetus of this measure. For this measure seeks to end this tale of two regions and bring government closer to the people of Negros and Siquijor. In doing so, we can help the Negrense and Siquijadnon people to tell a different story. One where government services are rolled out on a red carpet instead of requiring travel by Roro, and where services are delivered on-site from sea to shining sea instead of causing a coast-to-coast inconvenience. It will also result in improved peace and order for Negros since the island will be placed under one command. This includes catching the illegal loggers and poachers who prey upon the institutional fragmentation of the island. Negrenses can be assured that their mountains and forests will be better protected. Lastly, Mr. President, this is a story which is right to be told. Preparations were already ongoing after President Aquino issued the executive order creating the Negros Island region. We were assured by local officials that this remained in place. May landing na po. We just need to make the final push. With that said, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, we pray for the swift passage of this measure. Maraming salamat po, and I hope that we will get the support of our colleagues to pass this long overdue measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, my distinguished colleague. May I ask for a minute suspension, so I'd like to also co-sponsor the measure.
Resumed.
Yes, Madam President, next to co-sponsor this measure, actually the principal author of this measure is our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize the Senate President on this, 3 decades long measure, which the good Senate President principally authored.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, being a son of Negros, my father coming from Barangay Talubangi, Kabangkalan, Negros Occidental, it is my honor and pleasure to co-sponsor the long-awaited Negros Island Region Act. The current administrative setup of Negros is needlessly complicated. Our people live on one island, but are governed under separate administrative regions. So if someone from Negros Occidental needs an ID, certificate, or permit from a national agency, they will have to travel all the way to Iloilo to apply for it. And if they are in Negros Oriental, they will have to go to Cebu. Mabigat na po ito sa bulsa nila, napaka-time consuming pa. At kung masama ang panahon, dagdag problema pa dahil pwedeng mawala ng roro. So it's weather dependent, the travel. Because if you are from Dumaguete, you will have to cross the Visayan Straits going towards Santander in Cebu. And then from there, drive another 3 hours up to Cebu City. And if you're going to apply for something, you may have to spend money to stay overnight. Because if the weather is bad and you arrive quite late, definitely it's not practical for you to drive home. So this is an entirely inefficient way of serving our people, Madam President. It is our job to bring government closer to them. And this is why we are committed to reestablishing the Negros Island region. And the good gentleman, the sponsor, Senator J.V. Ejercito, whose mother is also from Negros, is correct. This was already established under an executive order. Unfortunately, napolitika po yan. Nung nanalo po si President Duterte, and I recall na marami siyang kagalit dun sa Negros, and his first item of the day was to actually rescind that executive order. And therefore, everybody had to go back to the old routine. But I'm happy to say that this last September, we had a meeting together with Senator JV with the leaders of Negros Occidental, Negros Oriental, and Siquijor, by the way, Madam President, who want to join in the Negros Island region. They are not only fully supportive of the bill, they also already had ideas on how to divide the government offices between Negros Oriental and Negros Occidental, which is now reflected in the committee report. So I'm hopeful that we will have the support of our colleagues in the passage of this bill and helping the people of Negros Oriental and Negros Occidental and Siquijor to have easier access to our government services as they deserve. So we truly seek your support, my dear colleagues, on this measure. It's not a very complicated measure, but the impact on the lives of the people in Negros Island and Siquijor would be very, very big, and it'll be to their advantage, and it'll be the ease of doing business. We passed ease of doing business. This is the ease of doing business for government transactions in the passage of this measure. So once again, maraming salamat po, Madam President, to my dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for principally authoring this measure, and thank you to our Deputy Majority Leader for sponsoring the measure as well. Allow me to request that my co-sponsorship speech just be inserted in the record. I will no longer read it. And may I request that I be made co-author of the measure.
Yes, thank you, Madam President, for volunteering to be a co-author of this landmark legislation. And at this point, allow me also to thank our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri for pushing this measure. And this will greatly help the economic development of both provinces, 3 provinces actually, Negros Oriental, Negros Occidental, and Siquijor.
Yes.
So with that said, Madam President, I move
Just
that
to clarify before that, that means the region to which I belong, Region 6, will be the island of Panay, and we, the people of Negros, when they try to do business in Iloilo, will no longer have to take the ferry. Okay, very clear. So it will be the island of Panay and Guimaras alone, no more Negros, which will be part of the new region. And Region 7 also will no longer have Oriental and Siquijor. And that will be
Bohol, it will be Bohol and Cebu, man.
Bohol and Cebu.
Bohol
And we will be Guimaras and Panay.
That's correct,
Yes,
Your Honor.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's exciting, actually. Yeah.
Yes, before I move for the suspension of the consideration of the measure, Madam President, let me put na the let me reflect to the record that Senator Gatchalian and likewise I'm a Deputy Minority Leader, si Risa Ontiveros, would like their sponsorship speeches as well, and the Senate President Pro Tempore be inserted to the records. I so move, Madam President.
Yes, so moved.
Madam President, this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2507 under Committee Report number 177. I so move, Madam President.
Consideration of the measure is hereby suspended.
Madam President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2492 under Committee Report number 172. This is the bill on the Philippine Maritime Zones Act. I so move, Madam President.
The bill on the Maritime Zones Act is hereby considered on the floor. We recognize the sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
Yes, Madam President, the parliamentary status of this bill that we are in the period of interpellation. With the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellation. I already recognize the sponsor, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that they be recognized.
Senator Aquilino Pimentel Jr., who is online, will interpellate the sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and with the permission of our very patient sponsor who has waited very long for this period of interpellation. If we can commence, Mr. President, Madam President.
Willingly, Madam President, to the esteemed Minority Leader.
This measure, Madam President, I believe is an important one. But my question is, do we need this, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, we need this measure because it will highlight the gains that we have incrementally achieved, specifically as regards the 2016 arbitral ruling, as well as the recognition that we have gotten from the international community, as well as the consistent, the persistent, the daily plight of our fisher folks, as well as the troops within on board right now, BRP Sierra Madre, that the continuing daily discussions on West Philippine issues would probably be clarified by this legislation, Mr. President. So it is not just for purposes of integrating in a legislation all our claims, but likewise, I believe, Mr. President, this will represent our aspirations as a people. Do we gain something from this? Definitely, we will gain something from this. And history probably will judge us, Mr. President, that this landmark maritime zones law is a step in the right direction.
Is the enactment of a maritime zones law by a state required or encouraged under any treaty or norm of international law?
Mr. President, you're correct. The UNCLOS encourages us, state parties, and a lot of state parties have done this. Maldives, the island nations in the Pacific, among others, have their own maritime zones law. The wordings of the UNCLOS is encouraging enough for us to adopt our own
domestic version of UNCLOS, which would be a sign of our compliance with UNCLOS itself, following the principle of pacta sunt servanda, Mr. President. We will be complying with UNCLOS in good faith, Mr. President. So the question is, do we have to do this? It is by having our own version of UNCLOS, which would synthesize which would fuse pertinent provisions of the Constitution with our obligations and rights enshrined in UNCLOS, that would perhaps justify the passage of this measure, Mr. President.
Is not having a maritime zones law, or can the fact that the state does not have a maritime zones law be taken against the state, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. There is nothing would diminish insofar as the standing of a state is concerned if we don't have a maritime zone law. But having a maritime zones law would make us more compliant as a good member of the international community with our obligations. It would, Mr. President, again, allow us to exercise with clarity our sovereign rights, as well as enable us to effectively enforce our laws in the maritime zones, and I'm referring to the different maritime zones, and it would effectively make the 2016 arbitral ruling very, very relevant insofar as our claims are concerned, Mr. President.
So, meaning to say, Mr. President, there is no treaty or principle of international law which requires a state to enact a maritime zones law. Therefore, the Philippine Republic is doing this not out of a sense of complying with a requirement, but it is just our own decision to enact a maritime zones law.
Mr. President, by enacting a maritime zones law, we are in effect implementing and complying with the relevant provisions of the UNCLOS, the law of the sea, insofar as our treaty obligations are concerned. And I referred a while ago to the principle of pacta sunt servanda, which states that in international law, once states voluntarily enter into a treaty, they're bound by the terms and are obligated to fulfill their commitment. So in effect, Mr. President, our process of enacting a legislation is part of our international law obligation, Mr. President.
But is part of our obligation under UNCLOS or any other treaty or principle of international law the enactment of a maritime zones law specifically, Mr. President, Madam President?
Mr. President, under UNCLOS, which we signed prior to the issuance of the arbitral ruling, it is specifically provided that an award made under the treaty is binding on the parties to the arbitration. And part of that part of the effect of that is to have a law itself that the domestic would later form part of a subsidiary source of international law. Mr. President, the need for a domestic law is premised not because we are obligated by UNCLOS, but because we are, Mr. President, a party to UNCLOS and a party of good standing, Mr. President. And I'm looking at the exact provision which would necessitate the need for the enactment of a law. I will find it, the specific article, Mr. President, as we go on.
Yes, I'm okay with that, Mr. President. So is the sponsor telling us that the Philippines needs to enact this law as a state party to UNCLOS?
Yes, Mr. President, as a state party to UNCLOS and in the interests, in the national interests, and to preserve, protect our sovereign claims, the West Philippine Sea, and the waters surrounding the Philippines, our territorial seas. We need the Maritime Zones Law to enable us to put into effect the contents of Article 1 of the Constitution, Mr. President. And very basic, Mr. President, in the creation of a state is territory. We are now referring, Mr. President, to the Philippine territory, which would be protected by our Maritime Zones Law. Not just the territory, but the basic principle of sovereignty, Mr. President, would be encapsulated in this Maritime Zones Law. We need this, Mr. President, not just because of UNCLOS. We need this because we want to exercise, we want to fulfill, we want to project the concept of jus summi imperum, the sovereign right to our territory, Mr. President. So all of this, Mr. President, though appearing to be aspirational, but this representation are foundational, because the Maritime Zones Law will enable us to establish the metes and bounds of Philippine maritime jurisdictions under the UNCLOS.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I go to the repealing clause, Mr. President, of the bill? Iba approach natin ngayon, Mr. President. Doon tayo sa dulo ng bill magsa-start. So to better understand the effect of the bill, it says that the provisions of RA 3046, entitled An Act to Define the Baselines of the Territorial Sea of the Philippines, are hereby repealed except Section 1 of that law. Why is this the effect, Mr. President, that we want to achieve?
Mr. President, let me refer you to Section 1 of RA 3046. 3046, Mr. President, was 3046, Mr. President, pertains to the elimination of the whereas clauses. And the whereas clauses, Mr. President, contained in entitled Section 1, except for Section 1, the Section 1, Mr. President, was already amended. It was amended by Republic Act 5446, amended Section 1. So the amendment, and I'm giving a historical backdrop to this. The amendment refers to the elimination of the whereas clauses because, Mr. President, Republic Act 3046 refers to the Treaty of Paris, concluded between the United States and Spain on December 10, 1898, all the waters divide. All of this, Mr. President, have been superseded by the UNCLOS. And there are 3 UNCLOSes, Mr. President. UNCLOS 1, UNCLOS 2, UNCLOS 3. And we're referring to the final UNCLOS, UNCLOS 1984. So, Mr. President, by amending the provisions, I'm now referring to Presidential Decree 1596, defining the Philippine territory, the Presidential Decree 59, establishing the exclusive economic zones. All of this would necessitate amendments because all of these provisions would have to be in tune and should jibe with UNCLOS 3 as well as the arbitral ruling, Mr. President. So we have to update this. These were all promulgated prior to 1984, Mr. President. The Philippine Mining Act has reference now to the extraction of natural resources in our contiguous zone and in the exclusive economic zone. So this will have to be amended so that, Mr. President, we will have to have a synchronized maritime zones law that would have an effect on the delimitation of Philippine territory as well as the exact extent of the exclusive economic zone and the sovereign rights of the government insofar as the exclusive economic zone is concerned, which is delineated under the relevant UNCLOS provisions. If I'm not mistaken, that's Part 4 of UNCLOS, Mr. President.
Thank you for that reply, Mr. President. But RA 3046 has also sections 2 and 3, and I believe ito yung rini-repeal because the whereas are whereas clauses technically part of the law, Mr. President, that we need to repeal them?
Mr. President, I'm now referring to a Supreme Court decision which specifically specified all of this, and I'm referring to the case of Magallona versus Executive Secretary Ermita, wherein it was stated that there was a need to amend RA 3046 by enacting RA 9522. The change was prompted, and I'm quoting the Supreme Court, the change was prompted by the need to make Republic Act 3046 compliant with the terms of UNCLOS 3, which the Philippines ratified on 27 February 1984. The whereas clauses, Mr. President, perhaps this was the legislative template during those days. The template during those days were in the whereas clauses because these are baselines, Mr. President. So even section 2 of section 2 of RA 3046 was also repealed, Mr. President. So in effect, this would make the law really, the proposed measure really current and compliant with our UNCLOS obligations, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I think we have already successfully amended RA 3046. And my suggestion outright, Mr. President, is we no longer expressly repeal all its provisions except Section 1 because, and this is my reason, Mr. President, because on page 2, Section 3,
Page 2,
yes, on Section 3, which is found on page 2 and line 2, we mention our Republic Act number 3046, Mr. President, because that is part of the title of Republic Act 9522. So I believe it is best that in the repealing clause, we do not mention 3046 anymore, Mr. President. At any rate, the legislative history of the law, of that particular law will show that it has been properly and successfully amended pursuant to the new legal regime that we have right now, Mr. President. And then plus the fact that I believe this was Republic Act 3046 was enacted under the old an old constitution, Mr. President. So
Correct,
definitely change na yan sa 1987 Constitution, Mr. President.
correct, Mr. President. During the appropriate time, during the period of amendments, perhaps the said can be deleted.
Yes, Mr. President. Now, I will go back to the repealing clause, Mr. President. The statement is the following laws or specified provisions are hereby amended. So, number 1, Section 1 of PD 1596. So, may we know how this is amended by our bill, Mr. President?
Can I have a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President? I'll get a copy of the measure.
Minute suspension, Madam President.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. President, I'm ready to resume. Mr. President, the query of the minority leader is concerning Section 1. Why is there a need to amend Section 1 of Presidential Decree 1596? Mr. President, Section 1 of PD 1596, this was promulgated 1978, refers to technical descriptions, Mr. President. It has something to do, it starts with, from a point on, the treaty limits at a latitude of 7 degrees 40 north and longitude of 116 degrees east of Greenwich, thence, etc., to the intersection with the meridian of longitude 112 degrees 10 east, thence due north along the meridian of 112 degrees 10 east to its intersection parallel of 9 degrees north, thus northeastward to the intersection of the parallel 12 north, Mr. President, and so on and so forth. This refers to placing the entire Philippines under a parallelogram, Mr. President. It's like a box. It's like a box. It's like a box with wherein absolute sovereignty, including the airspace above and the seabed below. It's like having an arbitrary box unilaterally claimed by the Philippines, which is inconsistent, Mr. President, with international law. Again, this was done circa 1978, and UNCLOS 3 is 1984. It is in the same category as China's excessive claim with the 9 dash lines, Mr. President. No other state recognizes this claim. We will, Mr. President, if we maintain this, we will lose support of the international community against China if we insist on this aspect of PD 1596. By doing this, Mr. President, the Maritime Zone Bill is bringing PD 1596 in line with our favorable arbitral ruling and in consonance with UNCLOS Article 121. If we maintain, Mr. President, Section 1 of PD 1596, lalaki ho yung Pilipinas. Parang meron na rin tayong 10-dash line at tayo naman po ang magbabiolate doon po sa ating kineklaim. And we will be inconsistent in the eyes of the international community, Mr. President.
Mr. President, did I hear the sponsor right? That Section 1 places the entire Philippines in a polygon? Mr. President, Section 1 of PD 1596 is just about the Kalayaan Island Group, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, there will be a box. There will be a box that will place the parallelogram under absolute sovereignty, Mr. President. If we look at, Mr. President, at the decision of the arbitral court relative to the Kalayaan Island Group, Mr. President, the decision has nothing to do with the establishment of contiguous zones nor exclusive economic zones. The decision was very clear, Mr. President, that we are referring to. Mr. President, the decision was straightforward enough that the Kalayaan Island Group is not able to sustain economic life. That the said area would be not suitable for economic life and cannot have its own exclusive economic zone. The PD 1596 is an excessive claim to absolute sovereignty over waters beyond 12 nautical miles from the individual islands and rocks of the Kalayaan Island Group. So we are adjusting it in consonance with the UNCLOS because the KIG area is in parallelogram shape. So, Mr. President, we will now be utilizing the 200 nautical miles from the baselines of Palawan. So, if the islands and rocks are beyond 200 nautical miles, beyond 12 nautical miles, it is already the high seas, Mr. President, the international seabed. So we will be violating UNCLOS itself if we insist on PD 1596, Mr. President. So that's why there is a need to amend the said section, and that's why it is included in the proposed measure, Mr. President.
Only in that sense, that's why it's just
Kalayaan Island Group, Mr. President, you're correct.
yes, that's why this is an implied amendment, Mr. President. So, because my question was, how is it amended, Mr. President? So, going now to number 2 of the said enumeration of laws being amended by our bill, how is Presidential Decree number 1599, establishing an exclusive economic zone and for other purposes, being amended by our measure, Mr. President?
Mr. President, again, this is a presidential decree that you are referring to, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, this was promulgated prior to UNCLOS, and Mr. President, 1599 is also circa 1978, Mr. President. So, while the exclusive economic zone was mentioned as extending to a distance of 200 nautical miles from the baselines, there is a need, Mr. President, to make this compliant likewise with UNCLOS, because there are some provisions, Mr. President, that are not consistent with UNCLOS. Mr. President, for instance, Mr. President, it is provided for that, except in accordance with the terms and agreement entered into, no person shall, in relation to the exclusive economic zone, explore, exploit any resources, carry out research. No other state shall enjoy no other state shall enjoy in the exclusive economic zone freedoms with respect to navigation and overflight, etc., etc. These are Section 4, for instance, Mr. President. This is inconsistent with UNCLOS, Mr. President. UNCLOS is very clear that in the exclusive economic zones, the laying of submarine cables and pipes by other countries are allowed, Mr. President. Freedom of navigation is likewise allowed, Mr. President. And UNCLOS is very definitive, Mr. President, insofar as the enumeration, insofar as the rights of the coastal state is concerned. Here, we're now referring to the coastal state, the Philippines. So under UNCLOS, Mr. President, the sovereignty, here in the presidential decree, it's sovereignty rights.
Yes, sovereignty rights, yes.
UNCLOS is very clear, sovereign rights. And when you talk of sovereign rights, you're referring to exclusive jurisdiction, Mr. President. And when you talk of exclusive jurisdiction, it is different from sovereignty, Mr. President. So, dito pa lamang po sa Section 2, sovereignty na po yung nakalagay dito, Mr. President. So, we are referring, Mr. President, to a different set of rights enshrined under UNCLOS, Mr. President. If I may enumerate it, the four concepts under UNCLOS, the coastal state, the Philippines, in particular, in the case under consideration, apat po yun: sovereign rights, jurisdiction, the preserved freedoms of third states. I'm now referring to the laying of cables, submarine pipes, etc., and certain residual rights, Mr. President. So the presidential decree is really confusing because we are now referring to sovereign rights. So we will be updating the presidential decree that you mentioned because we will have a more upgraded version with including a penal clause, Mr. President. Presidential Decree 1599 only has 5 sections. The Maritime Zone Law will allow the application of UNCLOS with more than 20 articles. It will make our Maritime Zone Law, it will make the exclusive economic zone more vibrant, beyond the 5 sections of PD 1599. So we are updating 1599 insofar as the maritime zones law is concerned. It is an antiquated provision made before the UNCLOS was ratified, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And maybe the international law concepts involved have also evolved, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President. Correct,
Yes,
Mr. President.
yung sovereign rights may have been a result of UNCLOS, Mr. President. And then this PD was written in 1978.
Correct,
So,
Mr. President.
yes, sovereignty rights po ang nakagamit. But Mr. President, ito na lang po, I'll still go to the Mining Act, Mr. President, and ask what are deemed to be amended in the Mining Act. But Mr. President, our sponsor has mentioned that PD 1599 on the EEZ now contains antiquated concepts, Mr. President. And the bill under consideration has upgraded or updated the concepts. However, Mr. President, are we not exceeding also the established concepts in international law by adding the word sun, Mr. President, on page 3, line 32, on the phrase production of energy from the sun, water, currents, and winds, Mr. President?
I think, Mr. President, that's part of UNCLOS, Mr. President.
The result of our research, Mr. President, is UNCLOS mentions the production of energy from the water, currents, and winds, which is also what is mentioned in PD 1599, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. When we talk of offshore, it would mean the water, the sea bottom, the subsurface, and from the shore, Mr. President, or coastline reckoned from this is technical low tide level up to 200 nautical miles. And if you look at the rights of the coastal state, Mr. President, when we talk of freedom of navigation, for instance, Mr. President, it also includes overflight, Mr. President. So it's not limited to the water, sea bottom, and subsurface, even the overflight. So you're now referring to the aerial. And when you talk of aerial, perhaps, Mr. President, the sun and the wind are likewise included. So energy sources tapped from the sun, the solar, and the solar energy in particular, would therefore be included, Mr. President. And I think there is a case concerning this. Ay hindi ko lang po matandaan kung ano po yon, pero I think this is now an accepted principle in international law that we can tap the energy coming from the sun. This might be a different convention. There might be a different convention or treaty concerning this, but it is allowed, Mr. President.
Yeah, I am not against it, Mr. President. I'm just pointing out that our committee report bill introduces a new concept, which is not part of or envisioned in UNCLOS, Mr. President. So parang ano natin ito, it's an original idea coming from the committee, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I think it is not. I think this is other maritime zone laws. I don't have the the exact name of the country, because right now we have maritime zones law of Indonesia, Maldives. I think they have provisions for tapping energy from the sun, Mr. President.
Yes. So thank you, Mr. President, but So
Mr.
if
President, if I can mention the names of the countries, I think Antigua, Barbuda, Bahamas, Cape Verde, Dominican Republic, Fiji, Grenada, Indonesia, Jamaica, Marshall Islands, Mauritius, etc., Papua New Guinea. I think we can extract from these nations the same concept, Mr. President.
yes, thank you for that, Mr. President. So it is not the production of energy from the sun is not mentioned in the UNCLOS, but may have been ano tawag mo doon? May have been included in some states' maritime zones laws, and we are copying them. We are copying the concept from the other states, Mr. President. So that's okay, Mr. President. I have no problem with this, but I'm just pointing out that it is not in the UNCLOS, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
I'll.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I proceed now to the number
Yes,
three
yes.
in the repealing clause, the provisions amended, Mr. President. Section 3E and Section 3AI of Republic Act number 7942, which is also known as the Philippine Mining Act of 1995. In what sense are these two sections being amended by our bill, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the said sections mentioned by the Republic Act 7942 makes the Mining Act, which the Minority Leader mentioned a while ago, Mining Act of 1995, applicable to the ECC, which is up to 200 nautical miles, Mr. President. But we have an extended continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles already, Mr. President. So, technically, Mr. President, Republic Act number 7942 will not apply, Mr. President, to the extended continental shelf. So, we have to be able to really invoke our seabed mining rights. We have to amend the said law, Mr. President. That's the rationale for this.
Are we making the amendment in the body of the bill, Mr. President, as very specific amendments to the sections in the Philippine Mining Act?
No, Mr.
of
President.
1995?
What would happen is this: the applicability of the Philippine Mining Act, insofar as the exclusive economic zone is concerned, would have to be modified to make it compliant with UNCLOS, to enable us to have our mining rights, extraction rights, in the extended continental shelf. And that is beyond the 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone. Because the Mining Act applies only, Republic Act 7942 applies only to the exclusive economic, up to the exclusive economic zone. So yun lampas po, and probably this is more than 150 nautical miles para 350 na, applicable na ho itong ating sovereign rights, Mr. President.
Don't we need, Mr. President, to categorically make this rule, Mr. President, in the bill, instead of relying on just an implied amendment of the Philippine Mining Act of 1995?
You might be correct, Mr. President. During the period of amendments, we can mention the extended continental shelf, Mr. President, although Section 9 mentions the continental shelf, we can introduce a line but it is provided under line 21, Mr. President, that the Philippines exercises sovereign rights to explore and exploit the mineral, petroleum, and non-living resources of the seabed and subsoil and living organisms belonging to the et cetera, and other rights as provided for in accordance with UNCLOS, Philippine mining and petroleum laws, and other existing laws and treaties, Mr. President. That's from lines 21 to 27, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, continental shelf is continental shelf or does continental shelf have the same meaning as the extended continental shelf, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the extended continental shelf would refer to the territory beyond the natural prolongation. So, Mr. President, these are two different terms. I agree, Mr. President.
So, our section 9 is about continental shelf.
Yes.
On page 4. Yes.
Yes.
Do we read this to include our submissions for the recognition of an extended continental shelf, Mr. President?
That will be covered, Mr. President, by Section 10, that the Philippines has rights and privileges in the high seas and international seabed as provided for under UNCLOS and other existing laws, Mr. President. But if you want, we can insert a line to include the words continental, extended continental shelf, Mr. President. If I may be given a chance, Mr. President, I have a picture to show, to slide to show. Can we show that? Medyo maliit lamang po, Mr. President. I'm sorry, hindi na extend. So, if you look at this, we started with the internal waters, territorial sea, contiguous zone, exclusive economic zone. Nandun po sa ilalim yung continental shelf eh. Nakat na ata. Ayun, the high seas. So, the continental shelf of the Philippines comprises the seabed and subsoil that extends beyond the territorial sea. So it starts with the territorial sea, yung sa baba, throughout the natural prolongation of the land territory to the outer edge of the continental margin. Ito na po yung sinasabi na yung outer edge, doon na po papunta yung extended continental shelf, Mr. President. Sometimes they call it the area, the high seas, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and I congratulate the person who drew the figure, Mr. President. He's a very good artist, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
is that the sponsor who made the drawing?
Hindi po.
He has a good hand, Mr. President.
Hindi po tayo nag-drawing yan, Mr. President. And for the records, Mr. President, there are pending proposals to revise the Mining Act, Mr. President. So, the specific amendments probably, when we come to the amendments of the Mining Act, can probably be likewise included there. So, since the Maritime Zones Law establishes the continental shelf, this would include both the continental shelf within the 200 nautical miles and beyond 200 nautical miles, Mr. President.
The continental shelf, which is beyond the 200 nautical miles, must be applied for, Mr. President? Is my understanding correct?
Must be
applied for before a certain international commission, Mr. President?
There is an international seabed authority. We already...
No, continental shelf, Your Honor, continental shelf. The continental shelf under UNCLOS who can generally cannot extend beyond 200 nautical miles. But should the natural features extend more than 200 nautical miles, I think the extended continental shelf must be applied for by the state, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I think we have there is a need for a recognition. I think we have done that, and we were positive when we got recognition concerning the Benham Rice region, which is now known as the Philippine Rice. So this is beyond 200 nautical miles, and you're correct, the United Nations, the Secretary General, the United Nations already recognized our sovereign rights over said continental shelf. You're correct, there is a commission on the limits of the continental shelf, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if an extended continental shelf is recognized, is that extended continental shelf no longer considered as international seabed, Mr. President?
Mr. President, if it is recognized as part of our sovereign rights, Mr. President, it is still international seabed subject to the rights of other states, but the coastal state has exclusive jurisdiction, Mr. President. For instance, we can name the underwater features, we can explore, we can conduct scientific research, Mr. President, and we can construct artificial islands similar to the exclusive economic zone, Mr. President. So we have priority in rights. We have priority in rights.
Meaning to say, Mr. President, please correct me if I'm wrong, if an extended continental shelf is recognized, does the coastal state enjoy sovereign rights also, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we have rights to explore, Mr. President, but it is the rights would now be subject to the rights of other states, like for instance the laying of submarine pipes, cables, communication lines, etc., etc.
Ito lang po para mas madali po natin maintindihan, no. Yung tawag po sa rights ng coastal state sa EEZ niya ay sovereign rights. Ganon din po ba ang tawag sa rights ng coastal state sa kanyang continental shelf? Is that also called sovereign rights, Mr. President?
I think the rights of a coastal state over the continental shelf would be lesser insofar as the sovereign rights of the coastal state in its exclusive economic zone. Mr. President, the continental shelf's location would probably be important. A continental shelf can start from the territorial sea all the way to the exclusive economic zone. In the continental sea, the coastal state has sovereignty, full exclusive sovereignty and control of the continental shelf. But as the natural prolongation extends, it might go, if it is within the exclusive economic zone, that's the sovereign rights concept is involved. If it extends beyond the exclusive economic zone, that's a different concept going to the area or the high seas, Mr. President. So, depende ho kung saan yung, the continental shelf does not necessarily mean it is outside the exclusive economic zone.
Correct. Correct. So, thank you, Mr. President. So, meaning to say, maybe the continental shelf, as well as the extended continental shelf, would be governed by another provision as to the coastal states' rights, Mr. President, and we cannot just liberally label this as sovereign rights, Mr. President, as the same as the EEZ. So, kanya-kanyang rules po as far as the different maritime zones are concerned.
Correct, Mr. President.
So, thank you, Mr. President. That's
Correct,
why
Mr. President.
Yes, all the more, Mr. President, no, I repeat my appeal to the sponsor to revisit the title of Section 9. If that is the case, just please accommodate the idea of the extended continental shelf, because it may not be the extended continental shelf, which is recognized pursuant to UNCLOS, may not be governed by our Section 10, which is areas beyond national jurisdiction, Mr. President.
We note the good suggestion of the esteemed minority leader, and we'll take that into consideration during the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we go to the penal sections, Mr. President, Section 16? How is this act to be violated, Mr. President?
Section 16,
Or how can this act be violated, Mr. President? Because Section 16 is about penal sanctions, page 5, Mr. President.
I'm looking at my copy, Mr. President. I might have mixed it with the other papers I have in front of me. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
The committee report, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President, the question has something to do with the penal provisions, penal sanctions, violations of this act. For instance, the obligation to protect the marine environment. We've gotten reports of the coral reef destructions in some features of the West Philippine Sea. Evidence are being gathered, and I was informed that the Office of the Solicitor General would be filing an appropriate case. So if the case is filed under Philippine laws, and this will be the applicable law, Philippine courts, the fine of $600,000 would be imposed, Mr. President. And if, for instance, in the contiguous zone, Mr. President, in the contiguous zone, if there are violations committed within the territorial sea concerning immigration, customs, and sanitary laws, again, the penal provisions would apply, Mr. President. So at least now, through this, we have a penal section that can be applied by Philippine Admiralty Courts, Mr. President. For the record, we have Philippine Admiralty Courts right now scattered in various parts of the country as designated by the Philippine Supreme Court. So now they have a basis. The administrative fine should not be less than 600,000 pesos and but not more than $1 million or the equivalent in Philippine currency.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, kasi the old PD also included penalties, so that means there is really a big, very big possibility that even the laws on the designation of maritime, on the declaration of maritime zones can be criminally violated, Mr. President.
Yes, because Mr. President, the previous law will just fine you for 2,000 pesos. So it's minuscule. I'm referring to PD 1599.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, the bill mentions the 2016 South China Sea arbitration case, PCA case number 2013-19, no less than 2 times, Mr. President. Could we have, my question is, could we have enacted this maritime zones law even without that said arbitral ruling, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I think that there is a need, as again, as I have mentioned a while ago, there is a need to include there is a need to mention the 2016 arbitral ruling because we want to highlight our compliance with the UNCLOS. They're saying, China is saying perhaps that we cannot implement the arbitral ruling. The mere fact that we are including that the name, the nomenclature arbitral ruling, making reference to it, is in fact an implementation of the arbitral ruling in itself, Mr. President. Because if other countries would recognize this Philippine Maritime Zones law, they would, in effect, recognize likewise the effects of the arbitral ruling. And to cite a few, they would be recognizing our sovereign rights insofar as the West Philippine Sea area is concerned. They would recognize the rights of our fisher folks. They would recognize our rights to explore, direct to bank, etc., etc. So the arbitral ruling is needed to be cited because it would clarify and expand the provisions of UNCLOS itself, Mr. President. So we will now be putting greater emphasis on our law enforcement rights, Mr. President, especially as regards foreign vessels, Mr. President. And, Mr. President, number 2, and this is very important, the artificial islands, Mr. President, which was mentioned in the ruling itself. The artificial islands constructed in the area, for instance, of the Mischief Reef, Mr. President. So mahalaga po ito, Mr. President, dahil lalawak po yung pagkilala sa ating karapatan at magkakaroon po ng mas maliwanag na laman yung atin pong partisipasyon sa UNCLOS.
Mr. President, meron kasing opinion that the 2016 arbitral ruling nullified some claims of another state, but did not really recognize new areas or new territories or new zones for the Philippines, Mr. President. So may we be clarified what maritime zones of the Republic of the Philippines were recognized in the 2016 arbitral ruling? Wag po tayo dun sa maritime zones or territories claimed by other countries. Kasi wala tayong pakialam dun eh. This is the law about the Philippine maritime zones. So how does that arbitral ruling help us? Because did it recognize Philippine maritime zones in the said ruling, Mr. President?
Mr. President, while certain claims under the arbitral ruling, certain claims by the Philippines were not recognized by the arbitral court, the reference, the need to cite the arbitral ruling in the Maritime Zones Law, this proposed measure, would in effect implement through domestic law the United Nations Law of the Sea. That's number one. And more importantly, Mr. President, once we incorporate this in our own version of UNCLOS, it in effect would be part of a subsidiary source of international law, Mr. President, because the 2016 award is a subsidiary source of international law. And politically and diplomatically, by including award references, we will be enhancing the diplomatic position of the Philippines, Mr. President. So if you're asking, alin ba yung mga lugar na hindi naman tayo talaga manalo na binigay sa atin ng arbitral court, hindi rin naman po binigay sa China yun eh. Hindi rin naman po binigay sa China yung, hindi naman po sinabi na sa China po yung Baho de Masinloc, yung Scarborough Shoal. Hindi rin naman po sinabi na yung Kalayaan Island Group ay magkabahagi ng exclusive economic zone ng People's Republic of China. So lahat pong ito na sinasabi na hindi po islands, hindi could not generate their respective territorial seas or exclusive economic zones, hindi po ibig sabihin na dahil hindi po binigay sa atin, hindi po pabor sa atin. At hindi po ibig sabihin dahil hindi po inaward sa atin, hindi na po dapat nating sabihin na i-cite, isama or incorporate yung arbitral ruling. The arbitral ruling was a form of a leveling the playing field insofar as our claims are concerned, Mr. President. Hindi po natin, lahat po ng submissions natin, bagamat hindi natin lahat nakuha, ito po ay tagumpay sa atin, Mr. President. And we have to enshrine our victories through this legislation. For instance, Mr. President, the Scarborough Shoal, under the arbitral ruling, and I quote, the tribunal finds that with respect to the Philippine submission, that the Scarborough Shoal has the ability to sustain human habitation and have its own exclusive economic zone or continental shelf, while we were not lucky enough to secure a positive ruling on our submission number 3 because the arbitral court considered the Baho de Masinloc as rocks. Hindi naman din po binigay yan sa China. So, yung kine-claim ng China, hindi rin nila maipapatupad. So, Mr. President, I think the arbitral ruling should be included and be highlighted in our maritime zones law because we are a good member of the international community and we abide by international laws, Mr. President. So, it is, again, to reiterate, it is the implementation through domestic law of UNCLOS, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, I have my grave reservations if we need to mention the arbitral ruling. We should be proud of our victory in the arbitral ruling, Mr. President, but there is no obligation for a winning party to make the arbitral ruling a part of its domestic law, Mr. President. And plus, given the fact that not all of our submissions were granted by the arbitral court, Mr. President. So, meaning to say, if we incorporate the ruling, we are abandoning our original submissions, Mr. President. Dapat hindi. Dapat naninindigan tayo that the original submissions that we made were made in good faith and we really believed in our positions. Although hindi granted, we could try some other day, Mr. President, to have these submissions validated by the international tribunals, Mr. President.
You're correct, Mr. President. The arbitral ruling perhaps was not able to recognize all our submissions and claims. But, Mr. President, siguro po maliwanag po rito, yung arbitral ruling ay binigay po sa atin yung full 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zone measured from the baselines of Palawan. So makikita po ito, Mr. President, na maliwanag na maliwanag yung mga kinay-claim natin ay bahagi ng ating exclusive economic zone. And Mr. President, I would like to cite a case to be placed on the record. Kanina po, Mr. President, bisita natin yung mga taga Norway bago magsimula po yung session. Mr. President, there is a case involving the Russian Federation and Australia, kung saan natalo po yung Australia, Mr. President. This is the landmark Volga case, Mr. President. Hindi ko lang makita rito ngayon yung papel kasi naghalo na. But I remember that case, Mr. President, because the issue there was the concept of hot pursuit. Hinabol po ng mga Australian Coast Guard yung mga illegal fishermen from Russia. So, nung nahuli sila, beyond the exclusive economic zone na. So, sabi ng Russia, ba't nyo kami huliin dito? Lampas na ng 200 nautical miles. So, dito po sa atin, because of that, because of our maritime zone law that we are proposing, which would include the arbitral ruling, eh maliwanag po kung hanggang saan yung ating nautical miles, 200 nautical miles na exclusive economic zone. At kung magkakaroon po ng hot pursuit, kagaya po doon sa Russia versus Australian case, eh maliwanag na hanggang dito talaga kami. Ito talaga yung dito nangingisda, yung ating mangingisda. Doon po natalo yung doon po natalo yung Australia ng Russia, Mr. President. So, it will place clarity, the recognition of our exclusive economic zone, kung hanggang saan, and the arbitral ruling was very clear na sa baseline po ng Palawan, nandun, nagsimula yung papunta ng pag-project ng West Philippine Sea.
So thank you for the response, Mr. President. But of course, the arbitral tribunal will come up with the same conclusion, Mr. President, that the EEZ of the Philippines would be 200 nautical miles from the baselines around Palawan, Mr. President, because we are going back to the same document, Mr. President, the UNCLOS. So it is my submission, Mr. President, that this maritime zones law of the Philippines can still be enacted, can still be written, even without mentioning the 2016 arbitral ruling. And my submission is actually it is safer not to mention that arbitral ruling, Mr. President, because if that is the case, we have to examine each and every word in that decision, Mr. President, to find out if there is nothing which can be taken against the Republic of the Philippines in the said ruling, Mr. President. So, since this maritime zones law can stand on its own, Mr. President, it is not dependent on the arbitral ruling. I think it is best not to mention that ruling anymore, Mr. President. But we will stand firm and behind that ruling. We will try to enforce that ruling. And actually, the first step is to disseminate what the ruling is all about, inform the people, and then in all of our international relations and international events, we convince our counterparts of the validity of our victory in the 2016 arbitral ruling, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the record, Mr. President, what I have, to summarize what I have stated a while ago, the reference to the arbitral ruling is proof that the ruling is being implemented and enforced by the Philippines. This will disprove the argument made by China and China pro-advocates that the arbitration ruling cannot be or has no enforcement mechanism. So may inganyo rin po yung iba na pag kinilala itong ating batas, nagiging redundant po, Mr. President. Kinilala yung arbitral ruling, tapos kinilala itong ating maritime zones law na nilalaman yung arbitral ruling, magiging internationally redundant. So magiging well accepted na po. But I respect the position of the good minority leader, Mr. President.
Because should we decide to mention the arbitral ruling, therefore that means we have to discuss that arbitral ruling, Mr. President, in detail. For example, first question would be, what Philippine submissions connected with maritime zones did we make before the arbitration court and were not recognized or granted by the said court, Mr. President?
Yes, you're correct, Mr. President, but we can have that as part of the records of this. But that would not diminish the gains that we were able to secure, Mr. President. So, for instance, Mr. President, Johnson Reef, Wateron Reef, Fiery Cross Reef. Fiery Cross Reef is very important. Although considered high tide features, they are considered as rocks, therefore cannot have their own exclusive economic zone. The same is true with Mischief Reef. Mahalaga po ito, Mr. President, kasi kahit occupied na ito ng China, ang ibig sabihin, they are not entitled to their own, they do not have maritime entitlements. Wala silang exclusive economic zone because these are artificial islands, Mr. President. I'm referring to Mischief Reef, Subi Reef, Fiery Cross, na meron na po ngayong mga airstrips, highly fortified, and China's unlawfully interfered with the exercise of our sovereign rights. So, in effect, Mr. President, it is a recognition that China has unlawfully entered and occupied these rocks and developed this into artificial islands. And Mr. President, that does not prevent us, that does not deprive us from having sovereign rights over those islands because they are included in our exclusive economic zone. So if we mention the arbitral ruling, Mr. President, we will be highlighting the illegal occupation of other entities in areas under our exclusive jurisdiction. And now I'm interplaying the words exclusive jurisdiction, interchanging it with sovereign rights. So that does not prevent us in the future from having possession. While we have maritime dominion over those artificial islands, we do not have possession. China has possession. What will prevent us from perhaps baka iwanan na nila yon, makita nilang mali, o i-turn over na lang po sa atin, i-donate na lang sa atin yung kanilang ginawa, gawin na lang sanctuaries for fishermen. There is a need to highlight the arbitral ruling because it would likewise show that areas occupied by other countries belongs to us. We cannot abandon. We cannot abdicate. we should not abandon our sovereign rights included in our exclusive economic zone simply because we lost some of our submissions. But had the other party won and had it been recognized as having their own exclusive economic zone, eh baka mas talo tayo. Mas maganda ho ipakita natin yung kahit hindi nag-grant yun sa atin, hindi naman nag-grant din sa kanila. At baka naman dumating din po yung panahon na mapunta sa atin yun. Huwag po natin, ang sa akin po, yung ating maritime entitlements should not be abandoned. And in all legal opportunities, we should claim it because we are entitled to it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, being within a distance, like an exclusive economic zone, like 200 nautical miles, from the baseline of a coastal state, is a matter of fact, Mr. President. This will not be changed by the reclamation of the land surrounding that island, Mr. President. So, with or without the PCA arbitration ruling, but with these maritime zones claiming 200 nautical miles as the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, we are still claiming those areas within the distance, Mr. President, although China has made some reclamations in those areas, pasok pa rin sila because it's a matter of fact, Mr. President. So I do not see why it is the arbitral ruling which made them within our EEZ when it is actually the UNCLOS which made these islands, although reclaimed, within our EEZ, Mr. President.
Yeah, correct, Mr. President. For the record, we won 97% of our submissions in the arbitral court, Mr. President. The remaining 3% was beyond the tribunal's jurisdiction. So technically, yung lahat nung pwedeng ipanalo, pinanalo po natin, Mr. President. Just like in Philippine setting, Mr. President, yung decision po ng everything that we're doing right now, ito pong maritime zones law, is because of UNCLOS, which we are a state party signatory. And the reason why we have an arbitral award is because likewise of UNCLOS, we have complied with UNCLOS, United Nations Law of the Seas. The Philippine Maritime Zones Law is a domestic legislation implementing UNCLOS. Similar to the setting here in the Philippines, we have laws. Decisions of the Supreme Court will form part of the laws of the land, explaining the controversy, highlighting legal provisions, etc. So, di po ba mas maganda rin yung UNCLOS na in-interpret ng arbitral award, na nanalo tayo 97%, should likewise be included in our domestic law. Because whether we like it or not, the arbitral award forms part of the jurisprudence of UNCLOS, Mr. President. So, bahagi na po ito talaga, Mr. President. So, I respect the views of the good minority leader, but I still submit that the arbitral award, baka makalimutan po ito ng lahat na pinaghirapan po ito at yung decision po ay bahagi ng UNCLOS. Mr. President, that's for the record.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you to the sponsor for giving us additional critical information, Mr. President. So the sponsor said 3% of our submissions which were not granted were beyond the tribunal's jurisdiction. So that's a very good point, Mr. President. If that is really the case, may we know what are those not granted by the tribunal? Just because, and the reason is not because we are entitled to our claim, but because it's beyond their jurisdiction, Mr. President. Ibang usapan na po yun kung jurisdiction po yung ginamit niya. Opo.
Yes, Mr. President. For instance, the submission that one submission that the tribunal did not grant was about our complaints regarding Chinese activities against BRP Sierra Madre. The tribunal characterized it, and I quote, as relating to military activities which are beyond the tribunal's jurisdiction. So hindi sila nag-assume ng jurisdiction doon kasi yung BRP Sierra Madre, hindi naman natin na-decommission yon, barko de guerra pa ho yun hanggang sa ngayon. So all other rulings concerning EEC and the continental shelf, favorable naman po sa atin. Yung sa Baho de Masinloc, nag-rule sila doon na common fishing ground kasi may mga sinubmit din tayong ebidensya na may mga statements yung ating mangingisda na nakakakita sila since matagal-tagal na ng mga nangingisda rin na foreigners. So, dineclare po yun na common fishing grounds na pwede mangisda yung mga tiga-ibang jurisdictions. But generally, Mr. President, with 97%, nanalo po tayo sa 2016 arbitration sa The Hague, Mr. President.
So thank you for that information, Mr. President. That's very crucial information, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's getting late, Mr. President, and I'd like to apologize to the sponsor. I do not think we can finish our interpellation tonight, Mr. President, as I am enjoying an unfair advantage over the sponsor because I am seated, Mr. President. Our sponsor is standing. But he is also enjoying an advantage over me because I'm running a fever right now, Mr. President. So
We wish the good minority leader that he will be in good shape, as he is always in good shape. We wish him well, Mr. President.
If with the permission of our sponsor, if we can just suspend our interpellation and we can resume at the earliest possible time when he is also ready and available, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I submit to the request of the good minority leader. It's almost 9:18.
We have the Senate staff to think about also, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, good minority leader.
Madam
Majority
President,
Leader.
Madam President, with the consent of the body, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2492. I so move, Madam President.
Any objections? Hearing none, the consideration of the measure is hereby suspended.
Madam President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2386 under Committee Report number 99. This bill pertains to the Real Property Evaluation and Assessment Act. I so move, Madam President.
Any objections? Hearing none, so moved.
Madam President, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpellate again our minority leader, Senator Cockman. I move that they be recognized.
We recognize our sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and our minority leader is so hardworking. Yes, even if he's running a fever, we acknowledge once again our minority leader, Senator Pimentel, to interpellate.
That's why, thank you. That's why, Madam President, I will ask our sponsor, who has been very patient, if this is really an urgent bill, Mr. President, because the reason I suspended my interpellation in the earlier bill, Mr. President, would be applicable for this bill, Mr. President. So. Is this how urgent is this bill, Mr. President? Will the functioning of government be affected if we interpolate on this measure by next week, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, I would like to, I understand the condition of our good minority leader. And I understand that I saw him yesterday, and I know that he is not in tip-top shape. But if I can ask for an appeal, if we can start a few questions, since the entire BLGF team has been here for the last 2 days, expecting that we can at least talk about some issues, and they can do more research, and we can continue the interpellation if we cannot finish it today. At least just to start the ball rolling,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, with that understanding, Madam President, I can proceed, especially with the information that the BLGF family is with us, Mr. President. So can I ask the sponsor, what will be the effect of this bill to the BLGF, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the BLGF will be empowered to set standards and supervise the updating of market values of the LGUs. And they will also be in charge of making sure that the updating of market values by the assessor complies with the standards they promulgate, Mr. President. So in the bill, we also expanded the office of the BLGF because they will now be in charge of promulgating standards as well as supervising the LGUs when they conduct their updating of market values.
So this bill will give additional responsibilities to the BLGF. But as of the moment, what is the main function of the BLGF, Mr. President?
Well, among others, Mr. President, is to supervise mainly the financial operations of the local government units. That's the main responsibility. But in some cases, like for example, in the conversion of municipalities to cities, they actually certify the locally generated income, and they also certify the qualifications or the whether the local government unit, whether the municipality is qualified to be cities. But mainly their concern is the financial operations of the local government units.
Does the BLGF right now render assistance or give advice to LGUs, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. They also,
in what sense?
well, based on my experience, Mr. President, when I was a local chief executive, they will give advice, for example, on how to generate more locally generated income, how to set up, let's say, local enterprises so that you can create an income source for the local government units. From my experience, you can ask for advice in all finance-related matters, Mr. President. That's based on my experience, Mr. President. But let me just read into the record some of the written mandates of the BLGF under Executive Order 292 or the Administrative Code of 1987. For example, Mr. President, assist in the formulation and implementation of policies on local government revenue administration and fund management, exercise administrative and technical supervision and coordination over the treasury and assessment operations of local governments, and so on, Mr. President. There are a few more, but basically it all deals with the financial operations of the local government.
But the BLGF does not advise the LGU on how to increase their local income, Mr. President. It's on financial handling on the administrative side. But
well, Mr.
but
President,
how to,
in the fourth mandate of the BLGF is to provide consultative services and technical assistance to local governments and the general public on local taxation, real property assessments, and other related matters. Again, Mr. President, it concerns with financial operations as well as revenue generation, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Madam President. If this bill becomes law, what will happen to the BLGF, Mr. President? Will we need to expand the office, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, and let me just see the provision. Anong section yun? Yeah, section 4. No? Yes, Mr. President, will expand the powers as well as the office of the BLGF. And one of the powers that we are vesting into the BLGF is to develop, adopt, and maintain the Philippine valuation standards, regulation, and specification for real property appraisal. So that's actually one of the most important function that we'll be vesting into the BLGF under this proposal, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the Philippine valuation standards. As of the moment, meron na ba niyan o wala pa?
Yes, Mr. President, there's a Philippine valuation standards, and I understand, Mr. President, that the Philippine valuation standards is being used by, well, it's promulgated by the Department of Finance, but it's also being used by Philippine appraisers. And the aim of this Philippine valuation standards is to have standards in terms of appraising assets, so that the value of that asset becomes credible when you go to the banks, when you go for financing, or even for taxation purposes, Mr. President.
But as far as real property taxation is concerned, are the Philippine valuation standards somehow in effect or being used, Mr. President?
Sa assessor? Right now? Yes. Yes, Mr. President. It's also being used currently, Mr. President.
So I asked that, Mr. President, because I thought one of the reasons why we want this bill is because so that international valuation standards will be introduced in how we put values to real properties, Mr. President. So kung ginagawa na pala ngayon yan, Mr. President, so why do we need this bill, Mr. President?
Mr. President, one of the main thrusts of this bill, Mr. President, is to mandate our assessors to conduct updating of market values on a regular basis using the valuation standards, Mr. President. So the promulgation of the standards is only a tool for the assessors to use in order to come up with very credible market values. But one of the most important objectives of the bill is to mandate the assessors to update the market values every 3 years, Mr. President. So that's the most important.
Hindi po ba yung updating of the values every 3 years is already mandated under existing law, like the local government code?
No, Mr. President, because in the local government code, it specifies that you cannot update the market values more often than once every 3 years, Mr. President. So there's a minimum that you can do it, or there's a maximum. I'm sorry, Mr. President, you can do it. Not often, not more than once every 3 years. So in other words, if you don't do anything, you already complied, Mr. President.
Is that how it is interpreted currently, Mr. President? If
In the local government.
You're
That's why,
compliant?
Yeah, that's why, Mr. President, a big chunk of our local government units, and let me just flash on the screen slide 4, almost 67% of cities and 49% of provinces are not updated, Mr. President. So a lot of the local government units and their assessors don't update their schedule of market values, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Section 219 of the Local Government Code provides the following. General revision of assessments and property classification The provincial, city, or municipal assessor shall undertake a general revision of real property assessments within 2 years after the effectivity of this code and every 3 years thereafter. So isn't that sufficient mandate already, Mr. President, that valuation, kasi real property assessment is also a valuation, Mr. President. Is that sufficient mandate already that there is is that a sufficient wording already, Mr. President, that there is a mandate to revise every 3 years?
Actually, Mr. President, there are two steps to achieve. There's a step to do prior to the general revision. This is to update your schedule of market values. And after updating the schedule of market value, then you conduct a general revision every 3 years. However, even though it's specified here every 3 years, local government units are not revising it. So both the updating of market values and general revisions are not being conducted, even though it's in the law, Mr. President. Yeah.
Okay. So meaning to say, Mr. President, yung general revision of real property assessments is limited to the percentages, the assessment level, Mr. President. This does not cover the revaluation of the properties as far as the value of the property is concerned.
The general revision can be independently done, Mr. President. For example, in the case of Valenzuela, we enact two ordinances, one on the market value and the other is on the assessment level and tax rates. And these are done independently, Mr. President. So in other words, you can increase the market value, but not touch your tax rates, and you can do vice versa, Mr. President. So in other words, it can be done independently.
So, bali, there are three steps, Mr. President. Market value, assessment level, and then tax rate, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, correct. And the general revision, the third one is the general revision. Because after enacting your, what they call the local revenue code, then you proceed with your general revision, issuing new tax declaration or real property units to the owners, Mr. President.
When Section 219 of the Local Government Code mentions the following phrase, a general revision of real property assessments, what of the three steps are we referring to, Mr. President?
This is, Mr. President, the general revision pertains to the issuance of new tax declaration. If you updated your schedule of market values and also enacted a new revenue code, Mr. President. So that is the process in which the assessor will come up with new tax declaration. Of course, they'll give you a notice, and then they'll issue a new tax declaration. And the new tax declaration will be the basis for your tax due every year, beginning of the year, Mr. President.
So, isn't that what the bill envisions, Mr. President? Isn't our bill technically the same as a general revision of real property assessments mentioned in Section 219 of the Local Government Code?
Mr. President, our bill is focused on the updating of the schedule of market value. In other words, the most current market value of land and improvements in your locality, Mr. President. So that's the focus of the bill. We don't aim to well, that is the main thrust of the bill, Mr. President.
Yes, that may be the main thrust of the bill, but for what purpose, Mr. President? We want an updated schedule of market values, not for that purpose itself, Mr. President. There
Yes,
must be
correct, Mr. President.
a bigger purpose, Mr. President. And is the bigger purpose the general revision of real property assessments?
You're absolutely correct, Mr. President. That is the end goal, Mr. President. The general revision is the end goal.
Yes, but if we are talking about the same general revision mentioned in section 219 of the local government code, why don't we just amend that section, Mr. President, and make it clearly mandatory and provide for sanctions, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, in the general revision, you also have to come up with 2 ordinances. There's also a process to that, and one of which is the ordinance on your updated schedule of market value. And then number 2, an ordinance or what they call the local revenue code. And the local revenue code would contain the assessment level and the tax rates, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, at the end, it's the goal, but there are steps also to reach that goal.
So in addition, it will not just be used by LGUs, but by 23 agencies.
Okay.
So the end goal, Mr. President, is actually to improve the revenues of the local government units, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, that's the end goal, is to improve their local generated revenue.
Yes.
But,
And,
but the decision on how much local revenue to generate will be left to the local government unit. So it's not a decision of the national government on how much you should generate in terms of local revenue. That will be left to the local government unit. But as a basis for them to generate local revenue, that will be prescribed using the standards, the international valuation standards, Mr. President.
Mr. President, we're talking about increasing the revenues of the local government units, and this bill is very particular. Only one source of revenue, which is the real property tax, Mr. President. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. President. In this particular measure, we're only talking about the real property taxes because probably almost 70 to 80% of our local government units rely on real property taxes. Only in the urban areas can generate business taxes, Mr. President. But majority really relies on local property taxes, Mr. President.
Can we be enlightened on how the RPT is computed and how it is shared, Mr. President?
Slide 3. Slide 3? Yes. Okay, Mr. President, we'll flash slide 3. Mr. President, so this is the basic formula to come out with the tax due. So you come up with the schedule of market value, and then you multiply that by the assessment level, which is under the discretion of our local government units, and then multiply that by the tax rates, which is also under the discretion of our local government units, of course, guided by the local government code.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. So, for example, Mr. President, the taxpayer, the real property taxpayer, pays 100 pesos. How is this divided among the local government units, Mr. President?
Ilan sa province?
Hindi ba mayroong barangay, may munisipyo or city, and then may probinsya po ang hatian? Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Mr. President, let me just get my notes. Huh?
Distribution.
Yeah, my distribution. Yes, Mr. President, under the local government code, section 271, in the case of provinces, 35% shall accrue to the general fund of the province, 40% to the municipality, and 25% to the barangay. And then in the case of cities, 70% to the city and then 30% to the barangay.
Thank you. Just for my information, Mr. President, yung city ba is limited to highly urbanized cities or all cities po yung formula na yun?
All cities.
Even if it's a component city, walang share si province o meron?
Wala. Yeah. All cities All cities to, Mr. President.
So
So-
that's the
That's the
effect
formula.
of a declaration of a city.
Yes, it's correct, Mr. President.
Yes,
You're entitled to 70% of the property taxes, Mr. President.
so we just made it clear, Mr. President, that the national government has no share in the RPT, Mr. President. Is that correct, Mr. President? The national government, totally zero ang share niya sa RPT.
Yes, Mr. President.
Medyo kahit ma-maintain man yan sa current level, bumaba o tumaas, walang benefit, wala pong benefit si national government. So,
Well,
my question, yes, go ahead.
But, Mr. President, there's no direct benefit, but increasing the revenue take of the local government units will enable the local government to be more independent, has more capacity. It will rely less from the national government in terms of subsidies or grants. So the end goal is to make our local government units more financially independent.
I think all local government units aspire to be financially independent or to aspire to increase their revenues, Mr. President. But how come the national government has chosen this particular way of increasing the revenues of the LGUs, and it has chosen a tax? It has chosen a tax, specifically the real property tax, where the national government has absolutely no share, Mr. President.
Being tax on transaction sales property.
Yeah.
Capital gains tax.
Capital gains.
It's documentary stuff.
But, Mr. President, outside of the local government, revenues, the standardization of market values will have an impact on the national revenues being collected by the BIR, Mr. President, in cases where transactions are made. For example, capital gains, estate taxes, donors taxes, expanded withholding taxes, and documentary stamps, Mr. President, because these are all based on the value of the property, Mr. President. So outside of the local government revenue, national government will also use this updated schedule of market values in the transaction of property sales and property transactions, Mr. President.
Are the present laws obstacles, Mr. President, for the national government to already adopt the international standards in property valuation, Mr. President?
So the values.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, the present system right now is national government uses BIR's zonal valuation, Mr. President. So that is the present system. And I believe that under the train law, they are now mandated to use the Philippine valuation standards as a method or as a standard to come up with the zonal valuation.
Yes. So as far as the national government is concerned, the national government does not need this bill anymore, Mr. President. It can already use the updated valuation of real properties, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, the aim of this bill also is to come up with a uniform valuation for different government agencies, Mr. President, because different government agencies use different valuation techniques, and also the value is also different, Mr. President. And let me just flash slide 12. There are 23 different agencies doing their own valuation method. Some of them use the Philippine valuation standard. Some of them use their own in-house valuation method, Mr. President. So the aim is to use one valuation standard so that the values will be more credible and will be uniform across different agencies.
Okay, so what we are doing, Mr. President, is although we can do this by law just to cover the national agencies, our bill includes the local government units para isang batas na lang po. But my question is, are the local government units clamoring for this bill, Mr. President, or for the concepts behind this bill?
Well, Mr. President, the concept here is the local government units are more attuned to the local situation, including the transactions and the economic activity in their locality. So in other words, the assessors are closer to the ground in terms of economic activity. So they will be the ones in charge of coming up with the updated schedule of market values using the international valuation standard. So in other words, the assessor, it will emanate from the assessor. And from that, from the assessor, the different agencies will now be using that value, that updated market value for their own valuations, Mr. President. And yes, the ULAP also issued a statement of support. Can we flash that? Is that in the...
Yes, Mr. President, no need to flash it.
Okay.
Pero my point is, when the committee solicited their position, ang sabi nila, they are supporting or they have no objection, but did we feel a clamor from the local government units that we need such a law? We need this bill to help them, to help the local government units increase their or improve their revenues, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, right?
Clamor, an independent clamor, an unsolicited reply, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, when I talk to our friends who are local chief executives, and again, I was a former local chief executive, the paradigm right now is to increase the market values in order to increase your revenue take. We're changing that paradigm, Mr. President, because in that formula that I flashed on the slide, there are two more variables that the local governments can use. They can increase, decrease the assessment level. They can increase, decrease the tax rates. So in other words, even though the market values increase, they can lower down the assessment values, assessment level, and the tax rates to reach a status quo level in terms of tax due. So in other words, Mr. President, we're just making the market values attuned to what is the realities on the ground. And typically, right now, when you touch the market values, it becomes a political issue, Mr. President. So some of our local government friends would want to get that out of their hands and just focus on the other two variables that they can control, because the market values become a political issue, Mr. President. So that's why less than 50% or of our LGUs actually update their schedule of market values.
Wala din po silang personnel and budget.
Well, the RPT is such a sensitive issue kasi siyempre burden ito ng lahat ng real property owners, Mr. President. What happens to the real property owner when he or she fails to pay the RPT, Mr. President?
Well, typically right now, under the rules and the local government code, the properties can be auctioned. And when you auction a property, a third party can come in and pay the tax due for that property. If nobody bids or participates in the auction, the property can be forfeited by government, by the local government units, Mr. President. But the auction is also at the discretion of the local government units. Very rare that the local government units conduct auctions. Well, another way, Mr. President, is to come up with amnesties You can extinguish all the liability of interest and penalties of the landowner. But again, that's under the discretion of the local government unit. So you can conduct an amnesty, you can do an auction, or I think those are the two most popular tools that the local government units can use.
Yes, because the assumption proven by facts on the ground is that the LGUs are really sensitive to the sentiments and the needs of their constituents, Mr. President. So
Correct, Mr. President, I agree.
yes, so most likely ang mangyayari rito if the bill becomes law and there's a new schedule of market values, the Sanggunians will have to do the two other steps, Mr. President, if they want not to unduly burden their constituents, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we actually simulated, conducted a simulation in Valenzuela, Mr. President. Just to flash on the slides, on the screen, slide 19. So this is a simulation that we conducted, and the objective is to maintain a status quo in the tax due. So if you look at the assessment level, current assessment level of Valenzuela is at 50%, and then the tax rate is at 2.5%. If we want to reach the same tax due, and on slide 20, we will have to decrease the 50% to 5%, Mr. President. Next slide. In order to achieve a status quo in tax dues, Mr. President. So in other words, based on this simulation, the local governments should reduce the assessment level or the tax rates in order to achieve a status quo level of tax due.
Mr. President, it doesn't mean that if this bill becomes law, there will be an automatic increase in the RPT due, Mr. President. Marami pang kailangan gawin. No? If this bill becomes law, kailangan pa ng new schedule of market values and kailangan pa ng two ordinances fixing the assessment level and then ordinances adopting the schedule of market values or an ordinance fixing the tax rate. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, under the proposal, there are two scenarios that can happen when we approve this bill. Number one is this bill gets approved, the assessor needs to update the market values, the schedule of market values within 2 years, and we are now taking away from the local government units the enactment of a local ordinance on the schedule of market values. What they have to enact is an ordinance on the assessment level and tax rates. So the first scenario is they have to lower down the assessment level and the tax rate. The second scenario, if they don't do anything, then the updated schedule of market value will be the ones will be used as a basis for their tax due, Mr. President. So in other words, the local government units need to decide whether they want to maintain the tax due right now or lower down the tax due. So it's up to them to decide on what to achieve in terms of tax dues, Mr. President.
And how far are the current market values being used by LGUs? How far are these from the fair market value, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President, based on the information from the BLGF, Mr. President, this is slide 13. So this is just an example from a few local government units, Mr. President. Like for example, in San Fernando, city. The zonal valuation in the second column, the zonal valuation is 6,588% higher than the current schedule of market values. So meaning the current schedule of market value has not been updated for a long time. However, the zonal valuation by regulation every 3 years, no? Zonal valuation every 3 years they need to update it. So the zonal valuation keeps on going up, but the schedule of market values remains the same. So it's the zonal valuation is about 6,500% higher than the market value. For the if we look
Can
at
we
the,
stick to San Fernando, Mr. President? Just
Yes,
we
Mr.
just use San
President.
Fernando City as the example, Mr. President.
Yes.
So, for example, the bill becomes law. Does that mean it's times 65? We have to multiply now the market value at present by 65. That becomes the fair market value in the new schedule of market values, Mr. President?
yes, theoretically, yes, Mr. President, because
Theoretically, okay. So, meaning to say, if the Sanggunian will not do anything, but then the base figure, which is the market value, has been multiplied by 65 times, if the Sanggunian does not do anything, the real property tax due will be also 65 times larger than what they used to pay, Mr. President.
that's why, Mr. President, the Sanggunian needs to lower down their assessment level, Mr. President, and rates, Mr. President. They have to do that.
Yes,
Mr. President.
That's why. If they do not act, that is the effect. Now the question is, are the local Sanggunians already involved in this process, Mr. President? Do they know about this bill?
Yes, Mr. President.
Are they sold to the idea, Mr. President?
In the 2 hearings we conducted, Mr. President, and 4 technical working groups, we invited the League of Councilors, the League of Cities, the League of Municipalities, the Provincial League, and also ULAP, Mr. President. I know that this will be a primary this will be one of the primary responsibilities of the local government unit. So we invited them so that they will know exactly the discussions and also the implications of the bill, Mr. President.
Yes, because that was a very good example, Mr. President. Yun ang pinakamalaking 60
Yes,
times
Mr.
65 yun. So,
Correct. You're absolutely
Yes.
correct, Minority Leader.
ang iba doon, times 3, times 2. Pero that will still come as a shock, Mr. President, to the taxpayer. I'm sure, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr.
So-
President. So that's why we're also embedding some safeguards in the bill, Mr. President. So meaning the local government units cannot conduct a general revision right away, Mr. President. We're also thinking of other safeguards, Mr. President, so that our taxpayers and the local government units will be fully informed, Mr. President. So, and we're open to suggestions, Mr. President, on how to put safeguards and safeguards in the bills, Mr. President, in the bill, Mr. President.
And then, of course, Mr. President, as the sponsor mentioned, ang first step nito would be for the assessor to come up with an updated schedule of market values within 2 years from the effectivity of the act. So, is that also an optional act, Mr. President, or is that the real serious mandatory act because it is backed up by sanctions, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, it's the real mandatory act, Mr. President, because 23 other government agencies will rely on that valuation, Mr. President.
Is there a sanction, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, we included a sanction for the inaction of the assessor, Mr. President.
Alam nyo bakit ko natanong yan, Madam President? I do not know if it's still our President pro tempore who is presiding, but sa kanya ko po narinig ito na ang batas sa Pilipinas optional, Mr. President. Kaya kung maging optional ito, hindi ba, pag maging optional po ito, bagsak lahat po ng framework nitong ating itong ating panukalang batas, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, it cannot be optional because the DPWH will rely on this valuation, the BIR will rely on this valuation, the GFIs, Land Bank, and DBP will rely on this valuation, Mr. President. We also invited the Association of Professional Appraisers and our local assessors, Mr. President, and they all contributed to the crafting of the bill, but generally they support the standardization of the assessment procedures, Mr. President.
So thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, actually ginaganahan pa ako, Mr. President. I am actually...
Akala ko may sakit ka, Mr. President.
I'm actually re-energized. Ang problema, Mr. President, yung staff natin, kung puyatin natin sila, baka sila naman po magkasakit, Mr. President. So if this measure could still wait for another day for me to
Yes,
finish
Mr. President.
the interpellation, I can go to the concepts of local autonomy, the nature of the power of the Secretary of Finance, is it control or supervision, and then some of the provisions in detail na, Mr. President, of the bill itself, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you for accommodating our appeal tonight, Mr. President, to start the ball rolling. And the team from BLGF and the local, our in-house team heard your request for information and also topics that you want to discuss. And we can suspend the proceedings today and then continue our discussion on Monday, Mr. President.
On Monday, yes, on Monday, Mr. President, we will finish the interpellation on Monday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you very much. And get well soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our Minority Leader, our Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2386 under Committee Report number 99. So move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, suspension of the said measure is now, hearing the consideration of the said measure is now suspended.
As for immediate suspension, Mr. President. As for immediate suspension.
Session suspended.
Hour, we waited for 17 years, Mr. President, for the victory of UST Tigresses. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the privileged speeches and recognize our colleague from Cavite, no other than Senator Francis Tolentino, to deliver a short privilege speech. So move, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this will be short. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, fellow workers in the Senate, sorry for being late. Mr. President, a few days from now, a flotilla of 40 boats would be sailing. Mr. President, a few days from now, a flotilla of 40 boats would be sailing towards the BRP Sierra Madre. I wish them fair winds, calm seas, and safe harbor. All of the boats are civilian in ownership, manned by volunteers, small in tonnage but big in the sincerity of their purpose. And Senator Ontiveros is well aware of this. Theirs is not a mission to resupply or reinforce our soldiers in that ship, which however rusting it may look remains a symbol of our unsinkable resolve to protect what is rightfully ours. Rather, it is a Christmas convoy, a gift-giving run to bring holiday cheers to our brave frontliners who may be far from us, but always near to our hearts. It is a peaceful voyage whose intention is not to anger those who blockade our ship, but to awaken the humanity in them. After all, they will be bringing regalos, not rearmaments, all in the spirit of Christmas and not for the purpose of war. Dala po nila ay hamon, pang Noche Buena, hindi bomba, panggera. To those whose textbook response is to block, ram, harass ships from reaching the BRP Sierra Madre, let me tick off some items in the boat's manifest. Fruit cocktails, books, fresh vegetables, and new clothes. Now let me ask, how can this be considered as lethal cargo? How can a can of corned beef be classified as dangerous ordnance? Mr. President, it will be heartless for any party, more so one that loudly preaches about amity and goodwill among men but does not practice it, to block this peaceful convoy. Any party that will do what will be seen and universally condemned as playing Scrooge this Christmas will be characterized as such. It would, Mr. President, it should have been learned by now that they cannot escape worldwide censure by playing the victim card when their ships are bigger, tactics brazen, and employ bully maneuvers. Inaasahan po natin at panalangin natin, Mr. President, na mababantayan ng Philippine Coast Guard at maalalayan ang Christmas convoy na ito. And we wish our frontliners a Merry, Merry Christmas. And we say this to those who will attempt to block the said convoy, do not spoil our Christmas convoy. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
We thank Senator Francis Tolentino for his brief, privileged speech, but very relevant, of course, and timely.
Madam President, may I move that the speech of the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Francis Tolentino, be referred to the Rules Committee. So moved.
So referred.
Thank you, Madam President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we resume consideration on House Bill number 4844 under Committee Report number 93. This bill pertains to the creation of Barangay Ginhalinan in Barobo, Surigao del Sur. I so move, Madam President.
House Bill, this is House Bill 4844.
44, yes.
Okay, no objection. There being none, resumption of consideration of House Bill 4844 under Committee Report 93 is in order.
Thank you, Madam President. The parliamentary status of the bill is that we have sponsored the measure, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation. So move, Madam
Being no
President.
objection, period of interpellation is open.
Move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Senator J.V. Ejercito, sponsor, is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. There being no other member of the Senate who registered to interpolate.
Yes, Madam President, with that, I move that we close the period of interpellation. I so move, Madam President.
Period of interpellation is hereby closed.
The consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
Period of amendments is open.
Madam President, with no committee or Individual amendments.
Wait.
With no committee amendments, I move to open the individual amendments. So move, Madam President.
Just to clarify with the sponsor, there are no committee amendments.
No committee amendments.
So no committee amendments. We're
And
now in the period of
open
individual
Individual
amendments.
amendments. Move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator J.B. Ercito.
Yes, thank you, Majority Leader. Madam President, there's just two amendments on this particular measure. It's flashed on the screen on page 1 and 2. Delete the entire section 2 and replace it with a new section 2, which shall read as follows. Section 2, territorial boundaries. The territorial boundaries of Barangay Ginhalinan shall be described as follows. The boundaries, it can be shown, it can be seen on the screen. Oh nga, it's already on the screen, Madam President.
Let me clarify, these are individual amendments of the good sponsor
Yes, Madam President.
on the original, on the committee report.
Yes, Madam President.
Yes.
So it's
Please
on the
proceed.
screen. Let it be inserted in the records. And then page 2, lines 4 to 9, delete the entire section 3 and replace it with the new section 3, which shall read as follows. Section 3, conduct and supervision of plebiscite. The commission elections, COMELEC shall conduct and supervise the plebiscite to be held in Barangay Ginhalinan, Barobo, Surigao del Sur within 90 days from the effectivity of this act. The municipality of Barobo shall shoulder the expenses for such plebiscite. And last amendment, number 3, lastly, on page 2, lines 10 to 12, delete the entire section 4 and replace it with the new section 4, which shall read as follows. Section 4, appointment of interim barangay officials. There shall be a burong barangay, 7 Sangguniang barangay members, a Sangguniang Kabataang chairman, and 7 Sangguniang Kabataang members in the newly created barangay, which shall be appointed by the mayor. Such barangay officials shall serve until their successor shall have been duly elected and qualified. That's all, Madam President, for the individual
Yes.
amendment.
Thank you, Senator J.V. Ejercito. We take note of your individual amendments, and these are all deemed carried.
Can we ask a question, Madam President?
We recognize the minority leader, Senator Pimentel.
The first amendment was about the boundaries, Mr. President.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor, Madam President.
So how come,
Territorial boundaries.
yes, how come the senator is more informed about the territorial boundary than the congressman from the area, Mr. President?
Wait.
Can you repeat again? Sorry.
How come the Senate is more is better informed on the boundaries than the Congress than the congressman from the area, Mr. President?
For LNB, Ordinance and Council.
Oh.
Iba po yung nasa bill. Iba po yung LNB.
What happened? Was there a typographical error or a substantive error?
So, sino may mali?
Sila po, kasi
Ang House.
Ako ang House po.
Your Honor, Minority Leader, Madam President, it was Congressman Johnny Pimentel who requested the Land Management Bureau for the meets and bounds. That's why I think from the bill, the original bill that they passed, there was an error. So this is just a correction, but it was also the Congressman of Congressman John Pimentel of 2nd District of Surigao del Sur who wrote the Land Management Bureau for the correct meets and bounds, Your Honor.
So it's good that we are passing a very accurate bill, Mr. President, as far as boundaries are concerned. And actually, I'm just teasing my pinsan from Surigao del Sur, Mr. President, Congressman Johnny Pimentel. Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator JV. I already took note of these, and I said earlier that it is carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. There being no other member who wishes to introduce any amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments. So move, Madam President. Carried. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4844. I so move, Madam President.
House Bill 4844 is hereby approved in second reading. And do we hear a motion to suspend
Yes,
consideration?
Madam President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4844.
Consideration is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, last but not the least, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5819 under Committee Report number 117. This is the bill dividing Barangay 176, also known as Barangay Bagong Silang in the city of Caloocan.
It's hereby considered.
Thank you, Madam President. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate. So moved.
Senator Ejercito is recognized once again. No interpellations.
Yes,
There being
Madam
no
President.
member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation. So moved.
Period of interpellation is hereby closed.
Madam President, I move that we open the period of amendments.
No amendment, Madam
No
President.
committee amendments.
Therefore, I move that we close the period of committee and individual amendments. Meron ba? Wala ko wala.
We
Madam
we
President,
withdraw.
I move,
Yes, you
I
you withdraw
withdraw
the motion.
the previous motion and instead move that we open the period of committee amendments. So move.
Period of committee amendments is open.
Move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Harrison.
Please proceed.
May committee amendments. So ano yung sticker yun? Hindi nila alam.
Session, meeting suspension.
Sir, Madam President.
Session suspended.
Yes, Madam President, Your Honor, we just have a few committee amendments. On page 1, section 2, delete lines 7 to 12, insert the following boundaries and technical descriptions, which are found from page 2 up to page 24. And of the committee report, Your Honor, so that we don't have to read it. And on page 1, section 3, line 13, after the phrase commission elections, insert the acronym. Sorry, Madam.
Yes,
Madam President, I move for the, I move to approve the first amendment, Your Honor.
No objection. The amendment is carried.
On page 1, section 3, line 13, after the phrase commission elections, insert the acronym COMELEC. I so move, Madam President.
No objection. Here. It's carried.
Also on page 1, section 3, line 15, delete the phrase 30 and replace it with the phrase 90. I so move, Madam President.
No objection. Hearing none. Motion is carried.
Still on page 1, line 16, insert a period after the word Caloocan. I so move, Madam President.
No objection. Motion is carried.
Still on page 1, after line 16, insert a new provision to read as follows. Section 4, appointment of interim barangay officials. There shall be a punong barangay, 7 Sangguniang Barangay members, a Sangguniang Kabataan chairman, and 7 Sangguniang Kabataan members in each of the newly created barangays, which shall be appointed by the mayor. Such barangay officials shall serve until their successors shall have been duly elected and qualified. I so move, Madam President.
No objection. Motion is carried.
On page 2, line 1, delete the number 4 and replace it with number 5. I so move, Madam President.
Motion is carried.
Also on page 2, line 3, delete the phrase elected, qualified, and replace it with appointed. I so move, Madam President.
Motion is carried.
And finally, renumber the sections accordingly. I so move, Madam President.
All numbers are done accordingly. Motion is carried.
That's all for the
Thank you,
amendments.
Senator J.V. Hercito.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator JV. With no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
Period of amendments is hereby closed.
Thank you very much, Madam President. With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5819. I so move, Mr. President.
Consideration of the bill is suspended. Is approved.
Approved. Thank you, Madam President. Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5819.
So moved, and it's carried.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would just like to put on record that today we were able to ratify 4 bills, adopted a resolution, passed 4 bills on second reading, sponsored several bills, interpolated 4 bills, and heard a privileged speech, Madam President, plus in addition to the 4 bills that we passed on second reading, we were able to pass 2 local bills, Madam President, just to put on record. And we thank our employees still here with us for working and giving their best to serve the best interests of our country and
Yes.
people. With that, Madam President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, December 11, 2023.
It's been a very productive day. Thank you very much to a hardworking Senate, and special gratitude to the hardworking Secretariat, the women and men and officers, including the security and everyone else. It's a collective effort. Thank you very much. God bless us all. Session is adjourned until Monday at 3 p.m.